going to be contested.
Well, that's precisely what we're trying to establish from the defense, what their stance is,
Okay.
but that we can clarify as we go along.
But have you clarified it?
I think my colleagues we're still consulting this morning. We'll hear in due course, my lord.
You see, because the accused are charged with a conspiracy and common purpose. Is that not so?
Indeed, my lord.
Right. So we have to establish whether the admissibility of the statements by accused 3, 4, and 5 are being disputed before we can start with the trial within the trial. Mr. Munisi, let me put it like this. According to Mr. Baloyi, apparently your client made a statement.
I need to get it from the statement. Statement is it
Okay. All right. Mr. Baloyi, what
I'm
statement are you referring to?
To the warning statement.
A warning statement.
Yes.
Let's say your client made a warning statement.
Copies of which have been furnished to my colleagues.
Right? And that pertains to accused number 4 and 5's counsels.
Yes, 3 up to 5.
3 up to 5. Do you intend handing up the warning statements?
Indeed, my lord.
Hello?
Indeed, my lord, but that's maybe something we can sort out of the trial within a trial.
Are you contesting the admissibility or the handing up of the so-called statement, warning statement?
I don't know what is the significance of that which the state calls a statement. That is being alleged that it was made by accused number 3. So I don't know what is the significance of that, whether that should be regarded, because his trial, I'm told, is to determine the admissibility of what should be contained in that statement, whether in that statement there are confessions, whether in that statement there are admissions, whether in the statements, whatever, I don't know. I think the state needs to clarify.
I don't know.
Yes.
But Mr. Baloyi says he wants to hand up the statements. Is that so, sir?
Indeed, my
Now
lord.
the question is, Mr. Munisi, are you or your client is it disputing or contesting the admissibility of the said statement?
That never made a statement.
It never made a statement. Okay. Mr. Mumalo?
There's some instructions by the accused that he did not make any statement. I thought.
Mr. Sorry. Nyenki. Nyenki.
Yes. My lord, the difficulty that I have is that I have not been instructed. I only spoke to Advocate Mshololo last night, but that aspect was never raised with me.
Okay, fine. Mr. Baloyi, you say all 3 accused made statements.
Indeed, my lord.
Okay, this court then rules that a trial within a trial in respect of accused number 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 shall proceed because it is justified by the inquiry this court has made pertaining to the evidence which the state leads or intends leading, and the state contends that there are statements which it intends handing up. The defense, particularly Mr. Mnisi, Umalo, and for accused number 5, they tell this court that they haven't taken instructions. But the point is, the state says your clients made statements. Okay. So consequently, this court finds that there is justification to hold a trial within a trial in respect of all the accused. Okay.
Is the court.
Thank you.
Now, we grateful for the ruling. When I'm saying we, I'm referring to myself and accused number 3. But even so, my lord, we need to know what take is being, what would be the name of that statement, whether in that statement there are admissions or there are what.
I don't know.
We also need to know, my lord, from the state, because...
No, but you are in possession. You are in possession of the statement, Mr. Miss. Are you not?
No, I don't get the statement.
Hello?
Because I'm saying there's no statement.
Okay, fine. But I've made a ruling, sir. made a ruling. Because the state, as the Dominus Litus says, there are statements.
Yes.
Is that not what you're saying?
Indeed,
And
my
the
lord.
state intends handing them up. And you, Mr. Mnisi, say your client hasn't made a statement.
Yes.
Mr. Ngumalo says your client hasn't made a statement. You are in between the boom and the bus. You are saying you don't have instructions.
That's correct.
Right. But the point is the state says there are statements. And I'm not privy to the evidence which the state is leading. You are privy to the evidence the state intends leading because in terms of state versus Shabalala, you were handed the contents of the docket. Okay.
That is the concern that I had, my lord, that as we will be embarking upon this process of a trial within a trial, we would want to know exactly the case that we are going to be facing as it will be put forward by the state, whether we'll be looking at a statement that amounts to admission or what. We cannot just get into a trial within a trial, my lord, without knowing exactly what is it that the state wants to allege against us.
I don't
The
know what...
statement is
No, Mr. Mnisi,
it's a
please,
generic term.
please, Mr. Mnisi, please. The state advises the court that your clients have made a statement.
Yes.
All of you. 2, 3, 4, even 1 and 2.
Yes.
And you are saying no statements were made.
Yes.
Fine. That will transpire and when the evidence is being led by the state, whether there is a statement or there's no statement.
Thank you, ma'am.
Fine. But this court has made a ruling that a trial within a trial should be established and to be held after this court has made inquiries. Not a court which just out of the blue said, hey, trial within a trial. I've made inquiries. And these inquiries, in terms of the law, satisfy the need for the establishment of a trial within a trial. Yes, Mr. Baloi?
Ilokhu inkantolo kufanele ukuthi-ke kuyobanjwa-ke lento esibiza i-trial within a trial. Uxoxwa-ke okanye-ke ukuculwa kwecala phakathi-ke kwenkambo lena yokuthi siloku siphula icala. Amanye amazwe-ke kukhona izinto ey'thize okungukuthi kubangiswana ngazo, inkantolo iyo-check-ke okanye iyobheka ukuthi ngabe lezo zinto-ke meyingxenye zobufakazi ey'ngamukelwa yinkantolo njengoba umbuso usho ukuthi khona iy'tatimende ey'thize ey'zofakwa la enkantolo njengengxenye yobufakazi. Isona sizathu esenza ukuthi sibe ne-trial within a trial ngeleyo bafuthi.
Sorry, just before you start, Mr. Baloi, Mr.
Ngiyeki, my lord.
Can you take instructions from your client whether he admits the admissibility of the statement? If he hasn't made a statement, I don't know. But can you take instructions? If there is a statement or if there is no statement, what are your instructions?
As it pleases the
Just take instructions.
My lord, accused number 5 says he has not made any statement.
Okay, but you heard the state. Mr. Baloi says he has made a statement.
That's correct.
Okay, so my ruling states about the trial within the trial in respect of
As it
all the accused. Okay.
Ukuthi inkantolo-ke isinqumile kanjalo.
Thank you, Mr. Baloi.
Malana bonke abamangalelwa siyaqhubeka nge-trial within a trial.
As a court, please, my lord, just two preliminary issues. The first one is that the court had requested Mr. Mulder
Yeah.
of Sibanye Stillwater to make an additional statement attaching the salary advice of accused number 2. He has since done that, my lord, yesterday, and we have handed up the statement as annexed as Exhibit DD, Annexure 2. It's in the
It's an extra
Bundle.
DD2, ne?
yeah, Annexure 2. It's in the exhibit bundle that I've just handed up.
Okay. Yeah, but before you hand it up, Mr. All the councils will have to tell me whether they want to cross-examine on that document, the slips. Okay.
Indeed, my lord, just the provisional handing up of the document. My colleagues haven't had the chance to
Yeah,
engage
right.
with the document.
Yeah.
We can consider that at a later stage.
Okay, fine. Yeah, as long as they have an opportunity to cross-examine, if they so desire. Okay, thank you, sir.
Then, my lord, as far as the trial within a trial is concerned, there are several exhibits that the state is going to hand up.
Yeah.
We have updated the list of exhibits, which it's in the court bundle that I've just sent it up. What is new, my lord, on that updated exhibit list are the following. From number 64, Exhibit AA was a statement of Constable Sizwe Zungu.
Zungu, right?
Then Exhibit BB was the identity kit as seen by Constable Zungu in the newspaper on the 28th of October 2014. Then Exhibit CC was the copy of the SAP-13 of a cell phone that was found in possession of accused number 5. The process was aborted when objections were raised. We'll revert to that at a later stage when we deal with cell phone evidence.
Okay.
Then number 67, Exhibit DD, those are the clocking records of accused number 2. Then Exhibit DD, Annexure 1, those are the Capitec bank statements of accused number 2. Then Exhibit DD is what we've just handed up. There's the Annexure 2, Exhibit DD, Annexure 2. It's an additional statement of Mr. H. Mulder. Attaching the salary advice of accused number 2.
Okay.
Then the exhibits that the state will be using in a trial within a trial, mainly today, it's Exhibit EE. Exhibit EE will be the charge sheet of the proceedings in this matter in the lower court. It's also in the court bundle.
Wait, just, yeah. Have these been handed over to the councils?
Indeed, my lord.
All right. So it's a record of the proceedings in the
lower court. And this is handed up, my lord, in terms of Section 235, of the Criminal Procedure
Yes.
Act.
Okay.
And then exhibit number 69 is Exhibit FF, which is also in the court bundle. That will be the confession pro forma for accused number 1 to Lieutenant Colonel Mboto on 30 May 2020. Mboto. We've taken out the statement itself.
Yeah.
It's natural, it's not admissible at this stage.
That's it, yeah. So, wait, it's Colonel Berto on the 20th of what?
On the 30th
Sorry,
of
30th May
2020.
2020. Okay.
Then Exhibit GG will be the pro forma of pointings out by accused number 1 to Lieutenant Colonel Khadebe on 5 June 2020. It's also in the court bundle.
Right.
Then the state intends to use some of the photos, that is Exhibit GG Annexure 1, photos 1 up to 7 of the pointings out. And those photos were taken by Sergeant Mapakela on 5 June 2020.
It's Mapakela.
Yes, Mapakela.
Right.
Then Exhibit HH is a pro forma for a confession made by accused number 2 to Lieutenant Colonel Rapaju.
Okay.
On 19 June 2020.
Okay.
Then Exhibit JJ will be a pro forma of a confession by accused number 2 made to Magistrate Gronier.
Magistrate Gronier.
Yes.
Okay.
On the it's V. Gronier on the 24th of June 2020.
Okay.
We have deleted any parts that are inadmissible at this stage, and all those performers do not include the statements that have been made until the accessibility thereof has been determined.
Okay.
The state then calls, I haven't established from my colleagues, my lord, whether they are ready. We haven't had a chance to talk.
Now, they told me they're ready. Mr. CPD was the only one who was not ready on Thursday, is it? On Wednesday. But the other councillors all told me that they're ready.
As it pleases the court, my lord, before I even go to that, my concern is with respect to the exhibits that my learned colleague has just told the court about, which are for the purposes of a trial within a trial. We haven't consented or had any discussion with my learned colleague that same can be handed to court before we had discussed, because he says he has handed a exhibit, some of the parts are redacted. So we need to see the redacted parts before, so that we know we are
The
on the same.
redacted parts, as I understand it, are in the said confession, alleged confession. It's not the or alleged statement. Is that not so?
Indeed, my lord.
Are you with me, Mr. Rapp? The redacted part relates to, according to the state, the actual notation in the alleged statement and the alleged confession and the alleged statements relating as opposed to the pointing out. So what, you say you never received those.
No, we have, my lord.
So what is the problem?
My objection was, I didn't hear that he says the redacted parts pertain only to the document. I don't know whether it's a statement or whatever. Let me say document.
Yeah, you're right, document.
That's the purpose.
And the photographs, you're saying that the ones which are taken by, for the pointing outs, they're taken by whom? Lieutenant Colonel?
They were taken by Sergeant
Sorry. Sergeant who-
Mapakela.
Mapakela, ne?
Yes, Mapakela.
And you say that those photos are 7.
Yes,
7.
yes.
Have they been finished to the defense?
Yes, I do have.
Mr. Do you have those photos? Of the pointing outs?
Yes.
Mr. Nisi, do you have the photos?
It's not only about the photos.
No. I'm asking the question. You will tell me whatever you want to tell me. Have you been finished with the photos 1 to 7 of the pointing outs?
Yes, the black and white version of the photos.
Mr. Numano?
Yes, I confirm that, Madam.
And
I
that's
confirm
fine.
that now.
Right. So what do you want to raise, Mr. Nisi?
We also requested the arrest statement, Madam.
The arrest?
Arrest statements from the from the state which we never received, and that is going to have a lot of a huge bearing on the trial between the trial. But on top of that, Madam, on top of that,
Now let's do that first. Where are the arrest statements? They say there are arrest statements.
Well, they were finished with the statement of Brigadier Gininda.
So the arrest statement in respect of accused number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5 were finished to the councils.
Yes, as I've just indicated, Brigadier Gininda is the overall investigating officer. He's got a team who are assisting him, and I just want to establish from Advocate Nisi, whether he's referring to the statement of the main investigating officer or
No.
members
As I
of-
understand him, he says he wants his client's statement relating to his client's arrest. Is that what you're not saying, sir?
that is so many.
That's it.
Yes, yes, yes.
So it means the policeman does not have a capacity to arrest his client, who normally make a statement.
Yes.
He wants that statement.
Yes. We can, as I say, to mention those issues are incorporated in the statement of Brigadier Gininda, but we can clarify that, my lord, off record with the defense.
What else, Mr. Nisi, is outstanding according to you?
Number 2, Madam, with regard to the pro forma that my colleague has just referred to, I've been involved, fortunately, in a lot of stuff within the trials. On the questionnaire in that pro forma, there could be some instances where an accused person says something that should not actually be known by the court before the admissibility of that statement has been determined. It is
No,
therefore
it's not about
proven.
it. No. It's about it's a statutory form, a pro forma. It's a statutory form. Your name, your address, your cell phone number, and then it advises you of the Section 35 rights, and then they categorize them. And then there are questions asked. Do you eat pap? When you say no, and the result is no, it's no.
Maybe the court does not understand.
I understand you well.
What I'm saying, my God, is in those questions which would say, do you eat pap?
Yeah.
The accused might say something which for the purpose of the determination of the admissibility of that statement before it is admitted, that should not be made available to the court. In other words, that portion should then be deleted, or it should be concealed.
Mr. Baloi, is that how you understand the law?
Yes, I understand where Advocate Ms. is coming from. The only hint of what he's saying is contained in Exhibit HH. If I can ask the court to turn to Exhibit HH.
I don't want to see any exhibit at this stage.
Yes. There's a portion that we have deleted. I think I did say that when I introduced the exhibits. I said all the portions that are not admissible at this stage have been expunged.
Okay, so all the portions which are not admissible at this stage, you're saying they are expunged?
Yes.
Mr. Munisi, that's what he's saying. What do you say?
The procedure, is when he is doing that,
Yeah.
he needs to do that in conjunction with us. He cannot simply decide on his own to expunge those portions and then hand the statement to the court. And in any event, statements of this nature or an exhibit matter can only be handed to the court through the witness that is going to come and testify. It cannot be handed to the judge. But more important is the statement and the parts that have been deleted. That should be done in conjunction with us so that we know what is it that should be deleted. Because we may think that this is not necessary for it to be deleted when we are of the view that it should actually be deleted. We cannot merely decide to delete portions and then hand over the statement to the court. Thank you.
And as the court, please, my lord, as far as the confession of accused number 1 is concerned, that issue doesn't arise. Those are the clients of Mr. Ramsipili. I suppose if there are any concerns, he would have raised that. But I can assure the court that, we tried with a fine-tooth comb to go through that. If there's anything that we've missed, my learned friends are at liberty to draw attention to that. But as far as the witness who is just about to come now is concerned, that issue doesn't arise at all. We can perhaps during the adjournment discuss that matter with the defense.
Do you have the Constitution? Because this court is obliged in a trial within a trial to use section 35F of the Constitution. Do you have it? So that, and if there is any evidence which is inadmissible, this court is matured enough to say that evidence won't be taken into consideration in the judgment of this matter because it is unlawfully acquired, or it is unlawful, or it is unfair. Who has a Constitution?
I've got a booklet, my lord, but I'm just trying to look for it now.
Yeah, let's read it so that we... So it's not about the state reducting this or that or that. It's about this court being enjoined by the Constitution which evidence to admit, whether it's in the interest of justice, whether it is against the administration of justice, etc. Let's read it. And this is the court which makes the decision which evidence will be taken into consideration. Yeah, we'll just read. Yeah, maybe we should just read section 35, all of it. Although it is F, which is an issue. Section 35, arrest, detained and accused persons. 35(1), everyone who is arrested for allegedly committing an offense has the following rights. 1, to remain silent. 2, to be informed promptly, 1, of the right to remain silent. 2, of the consequences of not remaining silent. C, not to be compelled to make any confession or admission that could be used in evidence against that person. D, to be brought before a court as soon as possible, reasonably possible, that not later than 1, 48 hours after the arrest. 2, the end of the first court day after the expiry of 48 hours, if the 48 hours expires outside ordinary court hours or on a day which is not an ordinary court day. E, at the first court appearance after being arrested, to be charged or to be informed of the reason for the detention, to continue or to be released. F, to be released from detention if the interests of justice permit, subject to reasonable conditions. 35(2), everyone who is detained, including every sentenced prisoner, has the right, A, to be informed promptly of the reason for being detained, B, to choose and to consult with a legal practitioner, and to be informed of the right of his rights, of this right promptly. C, to have a legal practitioner assigned to the detained person by the state at the state expense if substantial injustice would otherwise result, and be informed of the right promptly to challenge the lawfulness and detention of the person before a court, and if the detention is unlawful, to be released. E, to conditions of detentions that are consistent with human dignity, including at least the exercise and the provision of state expenses, of adequate accommodation, nutrition, reading material, medical treatment. F, to communicate with and be visited by persons. 1, the spouse or partner. 2, next of kin. 3, chosen religious counselor. 4, chosen medical practitioner. 35.3, every accused person has the right to a fair trial, which includes the right, A, to be informed of the charge with sufficient detail to answer it. B, to have adequate time and facilities to prepare a defense. C, for a public trial before an ordinary court. D, to have the trial begin and conclude without unreasonable delay. E, to be present when being tried. F, to choose to be represented by a legal practitioner and to be informed of this right promptly. G, to have a legal practitioner assigned to the accused person by the state at the state expense if substantial injustice would otherwise result, and to be informed of that right promptly. H, to be presumed innocent, to remain silent and not to testify during the proceedings. I, to adduce and challenge evidence. J, not to be compelled to give self-incriminating evidence. K, to be tried in a language that the accused person understands, or that, if that is not practical or practicable, to have the proceedings interpreted in that language. F, not to be convicted for an act or omission that was not an offense under either the national or international law at the time it was committed or omitted. M, not to be tried for an offense in respect of which an act or commission for which that person has previously been either acquitted or convicted. N, to the benefit of the least severe of the prescribed punishment if the prescribed punishment or the offense has been changed between the time that the offense was committed and the time of the sentencing. O, the right of appeal or review by a higher court. You must be accorded that. 4, whenever this section requires information to be given to a person, that information must be given in a language that the person understands. 5, evidence contained in a manner that violates any right of the Bill of Rights must be excluded if the admission of that evidence would render the trial unfair or otherwise be detrimental to the administration of justice. This is what enjoins me. So I can't sit here and admit unlawful, illegal, unconstitutional evidence. Section 35(5) says, evidence obtained in a manner that violates any right in the Bill of Rights must be excluded if the admission of that evidence would render that trial or the trial unfair or otherwise be detrimental to the administration of justice. So if that form contains any evidence which is unlawful, unfair, illegal, unlawful, or it is acquired unlawfully, then this court can't admit it. That's what the law says. So, Mr. Baloyi,
I can assure Advocate Nisi that if, and we can cut through to the chase on this matter, if there's anything he thinks should have been omitted, he can bring it to our attention. But we have taken every care to ensure that such utterances don't appear on the form.
no, but he says you must do it jointly with him and his colleagues. How you structure your case, in other words, you must discuss it with them. That's how I understand.
There's no such duty, my lord, that we must
Hello?
discuss. There's no such duty that we must discuss that with the state. They've been furnished with the copies, and as you've indicated, if there's anything that they think, and we will not place, my lord, anything that is admissible at this stage. We are aware of the issues that is raised. We've taken every care to ensure that such utterances don't appear on the pro forma, but if we've missed anything, it's more than at liberty, my lord, to draw our attention to it. But at this stage, my lord, as far as this witness is concerned, that we are just about to call, that issue doesn't arise at all.
No, but he says in respect of his client.
But he just said his client didn't make any statement.
Well, I don't know, that's the point. But he says if his client, he hasn't made a statement, but if his client has answered in a manner which incriminates him, then he's got to be advised accordingly, so that should be redacted.
And it's not even, those statements are not yet before court, my lord. I think he's just referring to the pro formas that have just been handed up.
Yes, the statement, I won't see the statement
Yes.
until this court decides. What does section 217 say?
Yes. Well, if...
And
two
let's
issues-
quote it. Let's quote it so that people know what the law is about. 217. Let's read it. There are three requirements, as I recall.
Yes.
It must be made freely and voluntarily.
Without undue influence while
Yeah, let's
speaking.
read it. Let's read it.
Okay. Well, section 217 states as follows, my lord. And it regulates confessions. Admissibility of confession by accused. Evidence of any confession made by any person in relation to the commission of any offense shall, if such confession is proved to have been freely and voluntarily made. So the first prerequisite is that the confession must be freely and voluntarily made, and that is the exercise, my lord, that we are now busy with. And secondly, it must be made voluntarily by such a person in his sound
And sober.
and sober senses. So the second prerequisite is that the person must be in their sound and sober senses. And thirdly, without having been unduly influenced thereto. So those are the three prerequisites, my lord, that we currently engage with, my lord, to determine the admissibility of the statement before the statement itself can be admissible.
Yes, fine. That's what the law says.
Yes.
And this court can only make that finding after having heard all the arguments, all the evidence first, and all the arguments, and all the submissions by both the state and council. And Mr. Misi, you have the right at any stage in that pro forma form where you believe that your client, even though you say your client has not made a statement, where you believe that your client has given an answer which incriminates himself, or if, according to your own knowledge and interpretation of the law, that answer will influence this court in finding in favor of the state. And this court can tell you, I only find in favor of the law. not the state, not the defense. I am just a servant of the law. If the law allows it, I'm obliged to do it. If the law doesn't allow it, doesn't matter. I won't allow it. Okay?
Yes, that is appreciated, but this only does not, this does not only go to accused number 3. It goes to everybody.
All of them, yeah.
One,
Yes.
2, 3, 4,
In 5, yes.
The fact that I'm saying accused number 3 did not necessarily make a statement, that does not also go, I mean, that shouldn't go to accused number 1 and 2. The court has just indicated the exception of what the court just said.
No. Mr. Rappel also says his client made a statement. I don't know. He says his client made a statement. And his client was done this and that and that. And you are saying your client never made a statement? Mr. Ngomalo says his client never made a statement, and correspondingly, accused number 5, counsel says his client never made a statement.
What I'm saying, my lord,
Yeah.
is, irrespective of the fact that my client has made a statement or not, the state says accused number 1 and 2, make pointing out the confessions. That does not exclude me from participating.
No, it doesn't, of course.
Yes,
It
that
doesn't.
is the reason why then I'm saying, my lord, that any documents that pertains to them as well,
Yes.
it needs to be conversed with us before it can be handed over to the court. The court cannot hand documents to the court before those documents are conversed with us.
But you see
That
what?
is my concern.
Yeah, but you see what this gentleman is saying, Mr. Baloyi. He says you have that pro forma form. That's what he says. It's not
I
me.
don't have that pro forma form which, part of which has been deleted before it was handed over to the court.
Yes, Mr. Baloyi.
My lord, we really need to save court time here. We've made it clear that as far as the first witness is concerned, that issue doesn't arise, and if Advocate Nisi can point us to a specific
Why don't you give
point-
Advocate Nisi the redacted part? You say you have redacted it.
Yes.
Just give him the document, which is you call the pro forma.
And it should not only be myself, but
No,
also-
please, Minister, I'm addressing your concerns. The other gentlemen can speak for themselves.
And
Mr. Ngumalo knows what to say.
that's exhibit HH, my lord, on page,
But give him the redacted part, your redacted part. That
yes.
pro forma.
Yes, I just want
Because he says he doesn't have that one
yes,
in his possession.
yes.
Actually, what you should do, give it to each and every council. Rose, where's my register?
But, yes,
Can you
but-
make copies of before we start? Can you make copies of that? Can you make copies of that?
Yes, I understand, but my suggestion, my lord, is that we draw, because they're still going to need this information. If they expunge it from their copies, they'll be without that information. If
No.
if
You give him what you give him what you have.
yes,
So it's what you have which you give to them and what you had already given them.
Yes.
Is that not so?
yes,
Just make copies so that nobody must accuse this judge of conducting an unfair trial.
yes. Perhaps if it's acceptable to Advocate Nisi and to the court, we can draw his attention to the parts that have been expunged, and we
I'm
can-
going to adjourn. Draw, as you say, you're going to discuss it with him. But this court says you must make copies for that document which you intend using as pro formas,
Yes.
okay? Which you have redacted. All right. I'll give you 15 minutes.
My colleagues have been in discussion. I've approached them on two, at least on one occasion, and I was told that they are still busy in discussion. I'm still
Okay,
in
let's
doubt.
start. Let's start. Okay.
The state then calls the first witness is Lieutenant Colonel Mboto. It's witness number 80 on the list, my lord.
As the court pleases, my lord, the court will remember that when we adjourned on Wednesday, it was specifically for me to go and bring cogent reasons as to why I object to the production of the statement of the witness that is coming now. So I assume that that will be my turn before the witness is called. And further, my lord, an issue that Mr. Baloyi keeps on referring to is that so far as number one, this and this doesn't apply. I also don't have the first arresting officer statement. So I'm surprised that we're talking about a witness that is at the tail end of the process, whereas I don't have where the process begins.
Are you contesting that your client was never arrested? Let's start there. Was your client ever arrested?
He was arrested by whom?
Yeah? I don't know. I'm asking you.
I also
Didn't you
don't
take
know.
instructions about the arrest of your client?
That's what we want to establish from the arresting officer statement, my lord.
Yes, he'll bring them. Who's the arresting officer?
It's Sergeant Mokola.
Did he make an arresting statement, Sergeant?
In conjunction
Hello?
with...
Did he make a statement?
Well, as far as the specific aspect is concerned, my lord, we just had to canvass it, you know.
Well,
I don't want to put it as a fact, you know. Without having established that fact, we need to check that fact. But it should have been the arresting officer in conjunction with Brigadier Giminda.
so will you be satisfied if they call the arresting officer?
The statement and indeed,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
that, yes.
Yeah, they'll
Yes.
call him. The court can order that they must call him.
But then, my lord, it's like I'm saying, it's at the tail end of, this witness is at the tail
Have you ever challenged the arrest of your client? You.
in terms of,
The arrest. When I was still practicing in the 50 years,
yes.
I used to start by asking my client the circumstances of his arrest.
I have
If there was something unlawful about it, I would challenge it in court. Have you taken instructions about the lawfulness or unlawfulness of the
I
arrest of your
have,
client?
I have,
So,
I have.
was it lawful? You don't even have to tell me. But you have never challenged it. Because he appeared in the regional court, and thereafter this matter was postponed for trial in the High Court before my brother, Ramu.
It's not me.
No, I mean the previous brother of mine, the judge.
Judge Maumela.
Yes, before Judge Maumela, he ran with the trial, I don't know, for a year or whatever. And then it comes to me, they put the charge in my presence against your client. That is done A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Your client pleaded, you confirmed that your instructions are proper, and you even exercise your client's rights in terms of Section 35 that he remains silent. Is that not so?
Not so many.
And then we started the trial. In July, up to now, there was no challenge about the legality or otherwise of the arrest of your client. Is that not so, sir?
That is so many.
Yeah. But the court orders Mr. Baloyi to call the arresting officer.
Naturally, my lord, in the Justice Day follows night, we will call those witnesses
Yeah.
regarding the arrest of the accused. They will be coming, my lord.
And for your information, if you decide after hearing whatever, you've got remedies about what to do. Okay. Yes.
My lord, the court will remember
Ah,
that before the court gave an instruction that there should be 15 minutes adjournment.
yeah.
The court also gave an order. The court actually made an order that the state must give us statements of the arresting officers as well as the copies that the state alleges have been deleted that have already been handed over to the
Haven't they
court.
given you those
We
copies?
don't have that information.
The pro forma forms which you say have been redacted, didn't you make copies for the,
Yes, my lord, when I approached them, as I indicated, just to discuss the issue with them, they said I must wait. It's only one sentence, my lord, and I just wanted to find out from them, do they want us to give them an obliterated copy, or can they just mark that this is the portion that has been obliterated, so that in future, if they need to use that, then they have that at their disposal? Because if we obliterate that sentence, those few words now, my lord, in future when they need, perhaps the need arises to refer to that, then we have to give them new copies.
no, but why don't you give them the copies you have, the one,
Yes.
I said you must make copies of
Yeah,
it.
As I say, my lord, when we're about to discuss that, they told me to wait, and I was trying to find a more sensible
No,
way.
just make copies, just make
Yes.
copies. Have you made copies?
Well, we will do that, my lord. And that issue will not arise today, my lord. During the
No,
longer
fine,
journey.
but they must,
We will
you
make
must
them
give them the copies.
Yes. Can we then proceed with the trial?
We can't proceed with the trial, right? Because we want to
No,
see
we are
that-
proceeding. I suppose I'm supposed to run this trial, not you, Mr. Minister, please.
But what I'm saying,
What do you mean you can't proceed with the trial? I made that decision, not you.
no, but what I'm
Please,
saying
just sit down, just sit down. Just sit down. Just sit down.
I'm not so sure whether there are
No, sit down, because I want to address a fundamental thing. I made the decision about whether this trial proceeds or not you, not even the interpreter, not even anybody here. Mr. Baloyi, can you proceed with the trial?
As a court, please, my lord, the state calls the first witness in the trial within a trial. It's Colonel Mhlanga-Nyelwa Moses Mboto. He's witness number 80 on the list. This witness is going to testify in respect of exhibit FF, my lord.
There's another aspect of it. I think there's a potential witness that the state is going to call in the trial within the trial. I think it's Makuleko or Mukula or whatever. I'm going to refer that witness if she's in court. It's a she. If that witness is in court, you should go to meet outside. Because she's a potential
Where is that
in the
witness,
trial.
Mr. Baloyi?
I don't know whether it's Makuleko or what.
She will leave the court.
I don't know the witnesses. Are you going to call her?
Yes, indeed, my lord.
May she excuse us? Okay? Any other witness in the trial, within the trial, should vacate the court.
There is the only witness, my lord.
Yes, sir, the witness in please.
Sorry, my lord, for the other interjection. Am I then allowed to put those grounds for the objection because I need the data?
Which grounds are those?
The reason why we
Which
agree
grounds are those?
for objecting to the admission of the statements.
I've already ruled that a trial within a trial should happen. If you have read your law, you make the objections within the confines of the evidence that is ruled, that is heard and elicited in the trial within the trial. I've ruled that you can take me on appeal, sir. You've got the right to take me on appeal to the SCA, even to the Constitutional Court. I have ruled that a trial within a trial should happen. Okay? And if there's anything you want to object, you do it within the parameters of the trial within the trial. Okay, yes, sir.
Full names?
Mhlanga-Nyelwa Moses Mboto.
Those are the names of the witness, my lord. Mhlanga-Nyelwa Moses Mboto. Any objection to the prescribed oath?
No objection, my lord.
Do you swear that the evidence you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing else but the truth? If so, raise up your right hand and say, so help me God.
Help me God.
Both taken, my Lord.
Is it correct that you were a colonel in the South African police but has since retired?
Yes, my Lord.
Yebo-ke kuyiqiniso-ke ukuthi-ke uretire emsebenzini okanye usuluke emsebenzini.
When did you retire?
Njenge-colonel.
December 2022, my Lord.
Nje-ke wasuka emsebenzini ngoDisemba 2022.
And do you confirm that you were holding the rank of colonel at that stage when you retired in December 2022?
Yes, my Lord.
Yebo, kuyiqiniso lokho ngangisebenza njengo-colonel khona laphana esiphoyiseni uma ngisuka emsebenzini ngoDisemba 2022.
How many years service did you have in the South African police when you retired?
84 years.
Nje-ke uma-ke sengiyekela emsebenzini ngasiseneminyaka ewu-34 ngisebenzela isiphoyisa. 34.
84 years. I started in 1986.
Ngaqala ukusebenza ngo-1986.
Can you just briefly put your career history in record? You've already mentioned that you joined the South African police in 1986. Just put your career history on record. Where did you start?
I started 86. I went to college in 86. And then I came back in 86 December. I stationed at Orlando for 10 years.
Just a minute.
Nje-ke ngihambile ngaya e-college ngo-1986 kanti-ke ngoDisemba wakhona 1986 ngase ngiyabuya-ke e-college. Ngabekwa-ke khona laphana-ke endaweni yamaphoyisa okanye e-station sase-Orlando. Ngasebenza iminyaka ewu-10 khona lapho-ke e-station sase-Orlando.
If you say you're stationed at Orlando, where exactly?
SAPS Orlando Police Station.
Nje-ke ngangisebenza khona laphana-ke i-SAPS yase-Orlando.
Yes, you may,
Police station.
you may proceed.
In 1988, I started to do investigation.
Nje-ke ngo-1988 ngase ngiyaqala-ke ngenza umsebenzi wokupenya.
And then, although maybe my date cannot be accurate sometimes, but I was promoted to a sergeant, a detective.
Ngase-ke ngiyakhushulwa-ke ngenzwa u-sergeant wabaphenyi.
Yes, when?
In 1994.
Futhi lokho kwenzeka-ke ngo-1994.
Yes.
In 1997, I got a transfer to Medan Robbery unit Soweto.
Futhi ngo-1997 ngase-ke ngifakwa khona laphana kulela gatsha le-Medan Robbery. Igatsha leli labantu abasebenzana-ke namacala okubulala nokuphanga laphana-ke indawo ekuphi
Medan Robbery Soweto.
khona lapho eSoweto
Protea.
Protein.
And then I was also promoted, I think it's 2004. I'm not sure about the date, but I was promoted as a warrant officer there, my lord.
Kanti-ke ngo-2004 khona lapho kuleso station engangisebenza kuso Soweto ngaphushulwa-ke ngo-2004 ukuthi ngibe warrant officer.
No, it's not 2004, my lord. 2004, I was promoted as a captain to area office. Just the date might
Yes.
not give me correctly.
Ngiyaxolisa-ke akusingo-2004 phela. 2004 ngaphushulwa-ke sengiyoba ukapteni ngo-2004.
Yes, you had Protea, Medan Robbery from 1997 until when?
Until 2004, when I'm promoted to be captain at area office.
Ngaba khona lapho kuyi-Medan Robbery ukusuka ngo-1997 ukufika ngo-2004 mase ngikhushulwa-ke manje ngiyoba ukapteni.
Yes.
I work at area office and then coordinating all the stations of Soweto and the units in the investigation department. And then I was promoted to be a lieutenant colonel to Deep Kloof 2006. As a branch commander there for the detective unit.
Kanti-ke ngisebenzile nje khona lapho kwi-area office yethu ngibhekene nawo wonke amagatsha okanye-ke iy'teshi zonke ezayikhona khona laphana-ke Soweto. Kanti-ke ngo-2006 ngase ngiyaphushulwa-ke ngiba u-lieutenant colonel. Kanti-ke khona lapha e-Deep Kloof ngaba-ke yi-branch commander futhi-ke.
And then 2009, my lord, I was transferred to work at Cleveland police station as a branch commander by the same rank, lieutenant colonel.
Kanti-ke ngo-2009 ngase-ke ngikiswa khona laphana-ke e-Cleveland ukuthi ngiyoqhubeka-ke lo msebenzi engabe ngiwenza khona laphana e-Deep Kloof futhi ngiyoba yi-branch commander.
2015, I was promoted to a full colonel at Ramlek police station. Ramlek police station.
Kanti-ke ngo-2015 ngakhushulwa-ke ngaba-ke u-colonel ophelele khona laphana-ke police station yase-Randburg.
In what capacity were you attached to Randburg police station?
The same work as a branch commander of the detective.
Kanti-ke umsebenzi khona lapho-ke kwaba wona lo we-branch commander yama-detective laba-ke abaphenya amacala.
Yes.
And then in 2022, I retired in December.
Kanti ngo-2022 ngo-December wakhona ngase-ke ngiyasula-ke emsebenzini okanye ngithatha umhlalaphansi.
And when you retired, where were you stationed?
At Ramberg, my lord.
Uthi-ke ngangisebenza khona laphana e-Randburg uma sengi-retire okanye ngithatha umhlalaphansi.
Now, can you explain to the court what your experience is regarding the taking down of confessions? Have you taken down confessions before?
Yes, my lord. I took conviction. I started to do convictions at Meren Robert while I was still a commission officer. I started by to be an interpreter of the officers who were taking conviction, and then sometimes I become a driver for convictions and point them out. And then it was easy when I'm a commission officer to do it because I was already mentored.
Uthi-ke seke wawenza lo msebenzi wokuthatha-ke ama-confession okanye-ke ukuyihlambulula kwabantu ababoshiwe. Kanti-ke waqala-ke khona ngale-ke kwi-murder and robbery. Kanti ukuqala kwakhe ukusebenza khona lapha e-police station etolikela-ke amaphoyisa ngaleso sikhathi. Ngoba lokho-ke waqhubeka-ke wenza umsebenzi wokushayela uma-ke kenziwa-ke lo msebenzi-ke wokuphenya kanjalo besiza khona lapho. Lokho kwamenza-ke ukuthi abe nesipiliyoni esithize ukusebenzela-ke igatsha leli lokuphenya amacala kanjalo nokuthi-ke akwazi ukuthi athathe ama-confessions.
And I even testified to the regional court, high court, about the conviction.
Kanti-ke futhi ngiyakuthula-ke ubufakazi bami ey'nkantolo, regional courts nasey'nkantolo ey'phakeme mayelana-ke nawo ama-confession okanye-ke lezi statement-ke zokuyihlambulula.
Now, how many confessions have you taken down, more or less?
Yeah, they use me, my Lord, for convictions. Sometimes 5 a year, just a minimum, can be more.
Kwesinye isikhathi-ke lama confessions kunokwenza awu-5 ngonyaka, kodwa kunokwenzeka-ke ukuthi lezo itatimenti-ke zokuyihlambulula zidluleke lelo nani.
But those confessions, my Lord, I don't mean I'm doing it 5 per day. I'm saying a year, maybe different days, different months.
Manje-ke angisho-ke ukuthi mhlawumbe ngosuku ngenza-ke ama-confessions angaba u-5, kodwa ngiyasho-ke lokho kunokwenzeka-ke ukuthi ngonyaka ukuthi ngenza lawo ma-confessions.
Now, how many confessions have you taken down, more or less, in your career?
They're too much, although I can't, because I never count, I can just estimate. Maybe 100 or
Maningi kakhulu ama-confession engingawenza ngenkathi ngisebenza njengephoyisa, maningi kakhulu. Angikwazi mhlawumbe-ke ukufana ngenamba lokuyiyona-ke eqhulekile, kodwa-ke ngingasho-ke ngithi mhlawumbe ama-confession angaba 100 kanjalo wenzile.
starting from the time when I was a junior officer.
Ukusuka ngaleso sikhathi-ke ngisasephansi-ke emsebenzini okanye ngibambe isikhundla esiphansi emsebenzini.
Now, when you say at times you acted as an interpreter, from which language to which language did you interpret?
You will find
During
that
confessions?
in that time, during the time, you can say categorically, my Lord, that the officers were English and African speaking people only. These were only officers at the time. So I will translate from English to Zulu or to Sotho to English. It depends the accused. If it's a Zulu or it's a Sotho, I'll help my senior officer to understand each other between those two people.
Manje-ke ama-language okanye-ke ulwimi okanye amalimi engakwazi ukuthi ngiwaqulike ngaleso sikhathi-ke ngasho ukuthi bekuyisingisi ngoba phela kwakusetshenziswa-ke isingisi nesibhunu okanye i-Afrikaans. Manje-ke bengizotolika-ke mina ukusuka kwisingisi kanjalo mhlawumbe ngitolikele-ke umuntu okhuluma isiZulu okanye umuntu okhuluma isiZulu kanjalo nokuthi-ke mhlawumbe ngithathe-ke futhi-ke umlayezo okhuluma ngapha umuntu okhuluma isiZulu uphinde umlayezo ngapha kulona okhuluma isingisi.
I just want to show you a document which has been marked Exhibit FF. Can you identify the document?
It's marked
Exhibit FF.
FF.
Yes. So FF will be this document. Sorry, my lord. So it was initially incorrectly marked as Exhibit FF.
Thank you, my Lord. I see the document.
Yebo-ke ngiyabona le document.
Can you identify it?
EFF. Can you identify it?
Yes, my Lord. I see it's my handwriting on the document.
Ngiyabona lana-ke ukuthi isandla sami umbhalo engiwubona la kuleli phepha isandla sami.
And what document is it?
It's a confession and admission document. It's a directives of the police.
Manje-ke ngiyabona lena-ke leli phepha engiliphethe lana kimina isihloko salo sithi confession ne-admission okanye-ke ukuyihlambulula nokuvuma-ke okanye ukwamukela izinto ey'thize.
Now, whose handwriting appears in the document?
As I wrote, you said, my Lord, that's my handwriting. That's how I identify the document.
Njengoba sengishilo-ke ukuthi kuyisandla sami ebisibhala leli phepha engilibona la.
The document is signed on every page, whose signatures appear there.
Here the signature of the accused, my lord, and my signature, and the right thumbprint of the accused on each and every page.
Shuthi-ke i-signature-ke evelela phansi lana-ke kuleli khasi okanye kule document, i-signature yami nale kammangalelwa, kanti-ke kukhona nalento esiyibiza-ke i-thumbprint. Shuthi-ke ubekwa komunye-ke khona lapho phezu kwaleli phepha.
Can you go ahead and put the contents thereof on record?
To read it, my lord.
Yes, just read the whole document.
As the court please. Conviction and admission. This Phosphorus case 636 of 10, 2014. A135 and A138.
Shuthi-ke lesi statement uyasho-ke ukuthi leli phepha-ke ithi i-case number yakhona yase-Phosphorus 8636/10/2014. Kanti lapha phezulu-ke le statement lesi sithi A135 no A138.
At 21, on this 30th day of May 2020,
Yes, just put the correct time on record. Just read everything as it is.
at 21:45,
Yes.
on this 30th day of May 2020, at the Kloof SAPS, Muzika Ukulelwa, Stemba Sibiya. These are the full names and surname. Residential address 1818 Vusumuzi Squatter Camp, Tembisa, Egurule. No telephone number, no work address. Cell number of the accused 079 37 901 37. Identification number 8601 21 66 59083.
Ithi-ke lana lokho kubhaliwe lana ukuthi ngo-21:45 okanye 9:45 ebusuku ngeyi-30 zikaMeyi 2020 khona laphana eDiepkloof i-SAPS yakhona umzila ulahlwa kawukhulelwa Sithemba Sibiya amagama aphelele-ke lawo kanti-ke i-address yakhe ethi 1818 Vusi Muzi Squatter Camp khona laphana eThembisa ese-Ekuruleni. Kanti-ke inamba yasemsebenzini kusho ukuthi ayikho-ke kanti-ke i-cellphone number yakhe-ke ilena ethi 079 379 0137. I-ID number-ke iyo leyo ase ayishilo. I-ID number yakhona iqala ngo-86 igcina ngo-083.
Apparently, in his sound and sober senses, appears before me, Colonel Mhlanganyelwa Moses Moto.
Uthi-ke kanti-ke ube phapheme okanye mhlawumbe-ke ubengaphathanga nje okuthize okungenza-ke ukuthi angaphaphami mhlawumbe-ke into eyifana notshwala kanjalo ubengakuthethe.
Just before you proceed, Colonel, just set out the circumstances that led to the completion of the forms. What happened before that?
I spoke with I agreed with the accused, my lord.
Yes, but under what circumstances were involved in the taking down of the statement? Just set out the incidents that happened prior to you completing this form.
Yes, my lord. Before I completed the statement, I interviewed
Yes.
the accused.
But did someone call you?
Yes, my lord. In order to be at the proof, I was called by Brigadier, by Colonel Kinina.
Ukuze-ke ngiyithole sengikhona laphana-ke eDiepkloof ngafonelwa nguye uKheneli Gininda.
Yes. When and what time?
The time was on the same day, on the 8 p.m. The time was 7 o'clock afternoon, my lord.
Futhi-ke wangifonela njalo-ke ngalolo suku i-30 zaka-May 2020 kanti-ke isikhathi besithi 7 o'clock ebusuku.
Yes. Then what happened after the call?
I told him that as I'm already at home, the nearest place where I can help him, he can bring the accused at Kidnap police station because it's nearer.
Ngamtshela-ke engifonela kanjalo ukuthi i-station eseduze engingakhona ukuthi ngiye kuso nokuthi balethe ummangalelwa kuso i-Diepkloof police station.
Yes. Because Randburg was too far.
Ngoba phela-ke i-Randburg yayikude kakhulu.
And then the brigadier agreed, and then I went to Diepkloof.
Brigadier wakuvuma lokho-ke ngaya-ke e-Diepkloof.
And then at Diepkloof, I just got this CSC commander, Community Service Center commander, who I asked an office, and then he allocated the office to me.
Mangifika khona lapho e-Diepkloof ngase ngifuna-ke u-CSC commander. Engithe mangifika kuye-ke ngacela i-office wakwazi ukuthi ngacela i-office engasebenzela kulo wase-ke uyanginikeza-ke i-office engasebenza njalo.
And then while I was sitting, and then they came with the accused.
Mangisahleli kanjalo-ke beza nommangalelwa.
The member introduced himself as a Constable Munaring.
Kanti-ke lelunga-ke le-SAPS wase uyayithula kumina njengo-Constable Munaring.
Constable Munaring is working for Metro Police Ekurhuleni.
Kanti-ke yena usebenzela i-Metro Police yase-Ekurhuleni lo u-Constable Munaring.
And then he said that he sent by can you now
Wasethi
bring this man to me?
to bring.
To bring this man to me.
Wasethi-ke yena uthunyelwe nguye u-Colonel Gilinda or Brigadier Gilinda ukuthi makalethe lo mlisa kumina.
The state will be calling Sergeant Monaring what? Yes.
And then I gave the man the seat, but he was in handcuffs.
Ngamnikeza-ke isihlalo ngaleso sikhathi-ke ubefake ozambuzi.
And then I greet him in isiZulu.
Ngase ngiyambingelela-ke ngesiZulu.
And then I introduce myself.
Ngayithula kuyena.
I show him my appointment certificate.
Ngambonisa-ke ne-certificate sami sokubekwa emsebenzini okanye-ke i-appointment certificate.
You introduce yourself as who?
As Colonel Mboto.
Mina-ke ngase ngiyithula kuyena njengo-Colonel Mbutho.
And then I told him that I'm the Justice of Peace. And then I explained that the Justice of Peace, I have got powers as a magistrate. I'm allowed to take confessions.
Ngamtshela-ke ukuthi mina ngisebenza njengo-Justice of Peace. Kanti labo bantu-ke lezo yisebenzi-ke zinamandla okanye igunya elifana negunya o-magistrate abanalo.
And then he understood all that, and then he saw my appointment certificate, but he requested me to remove my mask in order to, because I gave him my appointment certificate. And then he said I must remove the mask, and then I removed the mask because we were on the time of COVID.
Ngambonisa-ke leyo appointment certificate yami wase uyangicela-ke ukuthi mangisuse i-mask. Ngaleso sikhathi-ke bekuyisikhathi se-COVID.
And then he understood.
So you remove the mask.
Yeah, I removed the mask and then I put it back after he saw me and confirmed.
Ngase-ke ngiyayisusa ngempela leyo mask. Waqinisekisa-ke wabheka-ke wangibheka ebusweni waze wabheka-ke ne-appointment certificate waqinisekisa ukuthi ngempela yimina.
And then I asked him what is he arrested for, and then he mentioned that he is arrested for shooting. He called the victim.
Ngambuza-ke ukuthi uboshelweni-ke wena wakusho lokho ukuthi uboshelwe ukudubula.
Ask him what he was arrested for and what happened further.
And then I warned him now that as I already explained from the document from the top, I don't know, must I repeat again? I warn him. Must I repeat again?
No, it's not necessary. You say you want him, what do you mean?
I'm warning according to the Constitution that is not forced to tell me anything that will incriminate him. Because everything what he told me, I'm going to write it down. It will be used against him in court.
Ngamxwayisa-ke ukuthi njengoba-ke konke lokhu sekubhalwe ngamxwayisa ngamnikeza lezo yixwayiso ey'malana-ke nokuthi akekho ngaphansi kwengcindezi okanye akaphoqwa ukuthi makaphane nge-statement ngoba yonke into azokutshela yona yinto-ke engiyibhala phansi kanti kungasetshenziswa-ke enkantolo futhi akaphoqeleki ukuthi angaziveza ubufakazi okanye-ke imininingwane engamenza ukuthi ayithole seleboshwa.
Sorry. That evidence which you say you ask the accused what is he arrested for, and then he tells you that because it's on record, he's arrested for shooting. In terms of Section 35, it's rendered unadmissible. It's not admissible because Section 35, amongst the rights the accused has, is that he must not make utterances which incriminate him, or he mustn't give answers which incriminate him until and unless. I'll tell you when what has happened. But at the moment, it's not admissible.
As the court please, my lord.
As the court please, my lord, but that was just the allegation, the charge for which
Yeah. I know.
As a court
But
please.
I read Section 35. Were you not listening?
Yes, as a court please, my lord.
Self-incrimination.
Yes.
It's
Yes.
not allowed.
As a court please. Yes, you may proceed.
And then I also warn him, my lord, that he has got the right to be represented.
Ngamxwayisa futhi-ke ukuthi unelungelo lokuthi kube nommeli ozokumkhulumela kuleli cala
As the allegation is very serious.
ngoba phela-ke lamahlebezi alethwayo ngaye amahlebezi amanje kakhulu.
Even make an example that most of the murder cases, if they find you guilty, you sentence a big sentence.
Ngaze ngamxwayisa okanye ngaqhubeka ngamxwayisa-ke umtshela ukuthi uyabona-ke emaqheleni afana nalawo okubulala, uma ngabe inkantolo izokunikeza-ke isigwebo, unikezwa isigwebo esinzima kakhulu.
Yes.
I asked him if he has got a lawyer, because if he didn't have a lawyer, I gave him the right that the state can arrange a lawyer for him for free if he can have the paid lawyer.
Ngaze ngambuza-ke ukuthi unalo yini igqwetha, uma ngabe awunalo kukhona-ke indlela ukuthi umbuso wenza amalungiselelo ukuthi wena-ke utholiswe-ke igqwetha ongeke ulibhadale ngemali yakho.
And then the accused said, no, you don't need a lawyer for now.
Wathi-ke yena akadingi igqwetha kwamanje.
He got his lawyer, he said in Kuna.
Washo-ke ukuthi unalo igqwetha lakhe elibizwa ngonkuna.
But he don't need now. Now he need just to talk.
Kanti wakusho-ke lokho ukuthi hhayi kwamanje-ke akamdingi lowo nkuna kwamanje. Okwamanje nje ufuna ukukhuluma.
Yes. Right. Now, at which stage did you then start with the completion of the form?
After we talk, we were doing the repeat, and then also when I'm completing the form again, I still make sure that we are in the same page with the accused.
Uma siqeda-ke okanye uma ngicela ukubhala phansi okanye ngigcwalisa le form, ngiyaphinda futhi ngimtshele lokho-ke okulotshiwe. Kanjalo nje uma siya kwelinye ikhasi siyagcwalisa lapho-ke, emva kwalokho-ke ngiqinisekise-ke ukuthi mina naye siyazwana yini ilokho okulotshiwe-ke kuleli phepha.
Yes, but can you just clarify at what point did you start this explanation, and at what stage did you move over to the completion of the form?
On his arrival, as I already spoke, that we talk with the accused. After he said he's fine, and then he's sounding sober, I took the form, and then I complete the form now, step by step.
Yes.
Reminding them what we have talked.
Phela-ke uma efika sikhulumile sakhuluma kanjalo-ke yena naye-ke ummangalelwa, kanti-ke nokuthi-ke ube phapheme okanye ube phile isakalayo engqondweni, kwakungekho lutho-ke mhlawumbe lalingamenza-ke ukuthi mhlawumbe angazwisisi, besikwazi ukukhuluma kahle-ke naye. Ngase ngithatha-ke leli fomu-ke manje sengizobhala-ke phansi njengoba esho step by step, emva kokuthi-ke sengixwayise ngakho konke-ke esikhulume ngakho.
When we're having a discussion with him, where did the discussion end? Up to what point did the discussion proceed with the accused before you moved over to the form?
The discussion ended up when the accused told me that he want to make a statement without a lawyer. The accused is also sober. The accused is not forced to make a confession.
Iy'ngxoxo lezo-ke esasinazo-ke nommangalelwa zaphela khona laphana-ke esho yena ukuthi uyafuna ukusenza istatement akadingi igqwetha, nokuthi-ke ummangalelwa uphile saka okanye-ke uphapheme engqondweni, akukho nje okumdakile, ngasho kanjalo.
And the only thing I remember, my lord, the accused requested me to loosen the handcuffs because it was too tight on him and it was making me sorry to me.
Okunye engikhumbulayo ukuthi ummangalelwa waqala nje ukuthi mhlawumbe lama handcuff okanye ozankusi lapho bayamcelisa kakhulu, bathi kuwakhulula nje kancane.
Before start writing, my lord.
Phambi kokuthi-ke ngiqale ukubhala phansi.
Yes, you can then go to the form. You were at the point where you had just introduced yourself.
I think I was at the point of paragraph 4 on page 1.
Yes.
Where the accused not compelled a confession or admission which could be used in evidence against him. The accused understood.
Kanti-ke bengisafuna ngimfundela khona laphana-ke la ngimtshela khona ummangalelwa akaphoqelekanga ukuthi makayihlambulile okanye makavume izinto ezithizeke, ngoba phela-ke ubufakazi obungasebenziswa okanye kwasetshenziswa la enkantolo maqondana naye, ummangalelwa-ke wasethi uyazwisisa.
Yes, sorry, just start there, just below your surname.
From Justice of Peace?
Yes.
Must I start again?
Yes.
Justice of Peace for the Republic of South Africa. The Justice of Peace was explained to the suspect and he nodded at his head as he signed that he understood.
Kanti-ke uma efunda lapho uyakusho lokho-ke uthi lo osebenzela-ke ubulungiswa okanye osebenza njengomuntu oletha ubulungiswa mhlawumbe noxolo kanjalo khona lana-ke eMzansi, wacaciselwa-ke nguye lo muntu, kanti-ke wase-ke ubhala phansi konke okukhulunywa-ke yilo ambuza imibuzo okanye lo omcaciselayo, wase-ke uyasho-ke yena ukuthi uyazwisisa.
The deponent was brought to private office by Constable Munareng, NT number 19397 from EMPD SWAT.
Kanti-ke lona-ke ozophana ngaso lesi statement walethwa-ke khona laphana-ke enkantolo okanye-ke e-ofisini elethwa nguye uConstable Munareng. I-force number yakhe ithi
Number
19597 wayeqhamuka khona laphana e-EMPD SWAT.
And no other person to interpret, and I are in the office and nobody else.
Kanti-ke ubengekho-ke omnye umuntu obetolika khona lapha-ke, bekuyimina naye-ke khona e-ofisini, kwakungekho-ke omunye umuntu ngaphandle kwethu.
The deponent is further informed that he is in the presence of a police officer who is as such a justice of peace.
Kanti lo zophana ngestatement sakhe uyaxwayiswa ke ukuthi manje ume phambi kwelunga lephoyisa okuyena ke okuzoba i-justice of the peace.
At this point, I present my appointment certificate and explain what a justice of peace is, as well as the fact that I bear no knowledge of the case.
Ngalesi sikhathi ke okanye leli thuba ke ngalithatha ke ukumtshela ukuthi ke umsebenzi okanye ngabonisa ke i-appointment certificate ngase ke ngiyamcacisela nokuthi ke uma sikhuluma nge-justice of peace sikhuluma ngani nokuthi ke okuqukethwe ileli cala mina angilazi okanye angazi lutho okungukuthi kuyingxenye yalokho okuqukethwe ileli cala.
I informed him that he has nothing to fear and can therefore speak freely, and that if necessary, protection against any irregularity can be provided for him.
Ngase ke ngiyamazisa ukuthi ke akafanelanga ukuthi kube nokuthiza kusabayo futhi ke ufanele ukuthi akhulume nje ngokukhulekile uma ngabe ke isidingo sikhona uzokwazi ukuthi avikelwe futhi nokuthi uma ngabe khona ukuthiza kungahambi kahle lokho ke angakwazi ukuthi asizwe kukho.
I show the suspect the appointment certificate.
Ngabonisa ke lomsolwa i-appointment certificate,
and he requested me to remove the mask as he did see me.
kanti ke wase ke uyangicela ke ukuthi mangisuse i-mask la ebusweni ukuze akwazi ukungibona ngokujamile,
And I did.
lokho ngakwenza.
The accused confirmed.
Umangalela ke wase ke uyaqinisekisa okanye umsolwa waqinisekisa.
I repeated this.
What did he confirm?
He confirmed that my appointment certificate correspond with my face, my lord.
Wase ke uyaqinisekisa ke ukuthi ngempela i-appointment certificate iyavumelana ke nobuso bami.
I wrote it twice, my lord. If the court can see on top, the suspect requested me to remove the mask as the accused could not see me properly with the mask.
Ngibhale kabili lento lena ke ukuthi umsolwa wangicela ukuthi mangisuse i-mask yami ngoba ubengakhoni ukubona ubuso bami ngendlela egqamile.
And he confirmed that it's me due to COVID-19.
Manje ukususwa kwaleyo mask ke ingenxa ukuthi ngaleso sikhathi ke kwakuyi COVID-19 kodwa ke waqinisekisa ke ukuthi yimina lo.
The said person is asked if he was informed of the reason for his arrest as prescribed by Section 35 of the Constitution. Answer only yes.
Manje yena lo muntu ke wabuzwa ukuthi waxwayiswa yini okanye wanizwa ulwazi mayelana namalungelo wakho we-Constitution kakhulukazi ke sibheke imibandela ye-Section 35 ye-Constitution yethu wase ke uyavuma waphendula ukuthi yebo.
The court has already ruled that the portion in brackets is not admissible.
As the
So
court please.
you can go ahead and just read that portion that's outside the bracket.
As the court please. The said person is further informed of his right as prescribed by Section 35 Constitution. I further told him that it is a serious case matter. He need the legal assistance as he might face the heavy sentence if found guilty.
Lokho lo muntu ke waphinde watshelwa ke amalungelo wakhe aqhamuka khona laphana kwi-Section 35 ye-Constitution yethu. Phezu kwalokho ke ngaqhubeka ngamtshela ukuthi yabona licala abhekene nalo kuyicala elibucayi kakhulu lokubulala kanti ke uyadinga ukuthi athole ummeli.
Number one, he was informed of the right to remain silent and warned that anything he says may be held against him in a court of law. And the suspect understand.
Waxwayiswa ke okanye-ke wanikezwa lolwazi mayelana ilungelo lakhe lokuthi angayithulela nje ukuthi waxwayisa futhi-ke ukuthi nanoma yini-ke azokuyikhipha okanye ukuyisho lokho kungasetshenziswa-ke madonna naye enkantolo yomthetho kanti-ke umsolwa wayesesho-ke ukuthi uyazwisisa.
That he has the right to consult with a legal practitioner of his choice, where substantial injustice would otherwise result, to be provided with the service of the legal practitioner by the state. And then his answer, I don't need the legal aid. Or my lawyer, Mr. Nkuna, I want to make the statement.
Kanti-ke watshelwa-ke ukuthi unelungelo lokuthi angabonana nommeli wakhe lo ayikhethela yena uma ngabe-ke kuyokwazi-ke ukuletha ubulungiswa obunesisindo uma ngabe mhlawumbe-ke ulethelwa-ke lo mmeli kuyoba ummeli wombuso-ke angalethelwa wona-ke kanti-ke wakusho lokho-ke wathi-ke akamdingi ummeli kanti ummeli wakhe ungubaba uNkuna wathi ngifuna nje ukwenza lesi statement.
I'll jump number 3, my lord, is not applicable. Go to number 4. Not be compelled to make a confession or admission which could be used in evidence against him. The accused understand.
Nokuthi futhi-ke akaphoqelekanga ukuthi angayihlambulula okanye avumeke izinto ey'thize ezizosetshenziswa-ke maqondana naye-ke njengengxenye yobufakazi ummangalelwa wakusho kwelokho ukuthi uyazwisisa.
The accused was asked if he understood with all those warnings that I have explained to him, and then the answer was yes.
Mangalelwa wabuzwa-ke ukuthi zonke lezi y'xwayiso-ke esesikunikeze zona okanye engikunikeze zona uyazwisisa yini? Wathi yebo ngiyazwisisa.
You've already indicated that the signature that appears there on the page it's yours. The other signature?
The other signature and the thumbprint, my lord, is for the accused.
Shuthi thumbprint ne-signature lena enye yakamangalelwa njengoba-ke neyami i-signature ikhona lapho kulelo phepha.
Yes. And what was the purpose thereof?
Is to make sure, my lord, that after I obtained the statement and all the warnings that I gave, the accused was with me, he understood me correctly, and then he signed it, he agrees with what I have written, with all the warnings that I gave him.
Zonke le y'xwayiso-ke engimnikeze zona nokuthi-ke usazokwenza-ke nesi statement ummangalelwa uyazwisisa kahle ukuthi sisendleleni eyodwa okanye-ke emqondweni owodwa mayelana nalokho okwenzakalayo isona sizathu-ke esaphoqa ukuthi makube nama-thumbprint nokuthi-ke asayine khona lapho nami ngisayine.
Yes.
My page is cut, my lord, but the content is, he then gives the following answers to the questions that I have been asked. And the object of every question has been explained to him.
Wase-ke unginikeza-ke le y'mpendulo-ke ey'landelayo mayelana-ke nemibuzo-ke abuzwe yona kanti-ke inhloso yombuzo ngamunye isicacisiwe nje khona la.
Yes, after we gave all the warnings and make sure that the accused understood the warnings. Number 1, do you understand the warnings which I have given you? The answer for the accused, yes, I understand the warning.
Emva ukuthi-ke lezo y'xwayiso-ke anikezwe zona nokuqinisekisa-ke ukuthi ummangalelwa ukufanele ukuthi azwisise lezo y'xwayiso-ke kwaba nombuzo-ke abuzwa wona ukuthi ngabe uyazwisisa yini lesixwayiso-ke engikunikeze sona ummangalelwa waphendula wathi yebo ngiyazwisisa okanye ngizwisisa-ke lesi sixwayiso.
Just for record purposes, can you just confirm in which language were you communicating with the accused?
With the accused, we were communicating in isiZulu, my lord, and then I reduced everything in English.
Kanti ke mina nommangalelwa wasikhuluma isiZulu uma ngizobhala phansi ke kulamaphepha ngangibhala phansi ngesingisi.
And how conversant are you in isiZulu? What is your knowledge of isiZulu?
My Lord, I'm a Zulu-speaking person. I'm born and bred in KZN. I came to Gauteng because of job.
Kanti ke mina ngumZulu nje ophelele. Ngazalelwa ngakhuliswa khona le eKZN. Ngize nje la eGoli ngomsebenzi.
Yes, you may proceed.
Number two, do you wish to make a statement? Yes, I want to make this statement.
Wabuzwa ke ukuthi ngabe ufisa ukwenza istatement na? Wase ke uyaphendula uthi yebo ngiyafuna ukusenza istatement.
Number three, have you been assaulted or threatened by any person in order to influence you to come and make this statement? Nobody assaulted or threatened even to influence me to make this statement. This is answer from the accused.
Umbuzo wesithathu kwaba yilona uthi ngabe ke washawa wasathiswa okanye kube khona nje umuntu okusongelayo ukuze ke akwazi ukuphoqa ukuthi ufane ngesi statement. Waphendula wathi cha akekho umuntu owangishaya noma ke wangisabisa okanye wangenza ukungiphoqa ukuthi ngenze lesi statement.
If so, by whom were you assaulted and when, how and where did it occur? The answer from the accused, none of the above.
Kanti ke ummangalelwa ke wathi akukho ke okuhambelana nalokho engibuzwa khona mayelana ukuthi uma ngabe ngishayiwe ke ubani umuntu owangishaya nini kanjani kuphi. Waphendula wathi ke cha konke lokho ke azange kwenzeke kimi.
3.2, was this assault reported, and if so, to whom and when? The answer, no assault occurred and nothing reported.
Ku 3.2 iyasho ke ngabe lokushawa lokho ke kwabikwa yini nokuthi ke uma isibiko senziwa kubani nini. Impendulo yathi cha akukho ukushawa okwenzeka kanti ke akho lutho ke okwabi.
Number 4, were you in any way influenced or encouraged by any person to make a statement? Nobody influenced or encouraged to make a statement.
Umbuzo wesine wathi ke ngabe khona umuntu wakufakela umoya okanye ke wagcugcuzela ukuthi wenze lesi statement. Waphendula ukuthi cha akekho umuntu wangifaka umoya okanye ke wangigcugcuzela ke ukuthi ngenze lesi statement.
Number 5, have any promises been made to you by any person if you should make a statement? The answer, no promises made to me.
Number 5 uthi ngabe kukhona ke izithembiso ezithize ezenziwa kuwe ngumuntu thize ke okanye umuntu othize uma ngabe ke uzokwenza lesi statement. Wathi cha azikho izithembiso ezenziwa kimi.
5.1, if so, what are the promises? Answer is none.
5.1 isho kanjalo ke eziphi lezo izithembiso ke wathi cha azikho lezo izithembiso.
5.2, to what extent, if at all, did these promises lead to you, to your decision to make a statement? Answer is none.
Kanti ke lezi izithembiso ke ezenziwe kuwe zenziwa ke zaba nomthelela omuphi ke ukuthi uthathe izinqumo okanye isinqumo sokwenza statement. Impendulo yathi cha futhi ke impendulo ayikho lapho ngamanye amazwi.
Number 6, do you expect benefit if you make a statement? Answer from the accused, no benefit expected.
Number 6 uthi ngabe khona inzuzo ethize olindele ukuthi uyithole uma wenza lesi statement. Impendulo ithi cha akukho nje elindele ukuzuza.
Number 6, do you expect benefit if you make a statement? No benefit expected. Okay, 6.1, if so, what benefit? None.
Kanti uma ngabe kunjalo ke eziphi lezo inzuzo kubhalwe phansi kwathi lutho.
6.2, to what extent, if at all, did the fact that you expected benefit influence you to make a statement? Answer is none from the accused man.
Wase-ke uyaphendula-ke uma ebuzwa lo mbuzo ukuthi kwaba nomthelela muphi-ke lokhu ukuthi uwazi ukuthi kukhona-ke okulindele okanye-ke inzuzo ethize oyilindele ukuze wena ukwazi ukwenza lesi statement.
There appears signatures in the bottom. Just explain those signatures. I'm sorry.
Is the signature of the accused and his right thumbprint, as well as my signature,
Lana
to
phansi-ke
confirm that we understand each other.
lana-ke phansi ekhasini kune-thumbprint yesandla sokudla kanti-ke ne-signature yakhe ummangalelwa ne-signature yami. Lokho-ke ukuqinisekisayo ukuthi konke okubhalwe kuleli khasi siyavumelana ngakho.
That RTP, what does it stand for?
Right thumbprint, my lord.
Shuthi khona lento-ke i-acronym lana ebhaliwe ethi RTP isho ukuthi right thumb print.
Yes.
Number 7, have you at any time in the past made a statement, whether orally or in writing, to any person concerning this incident? The answer from the accused, yes, to the police who arrested me.
Umbuzo wesikhombisa uthi ngabe-ke khona isikhathi yini la wenza khona-ke i-statement mhlambe-ke ngokomlomo okanye usikhuluma i-statement okanye i-statement esibhalwe phansi mayelana-ke nalesi sigameko? Waphendula ngokuthi yebo, ngenza lokho-ke ephoyiseni leli phoyisa elangibopha.
7.1, if so, to whom, when, and under what circumstances? Answer from the accused, normal circumstances.
Uma ngabe kunjalo-ke ku-7.1 lokho kwenziwa ubani nokuthi nini ngaphansi kwesimo esinjani, wathi-ke ngaphansi nje kwesimo esijwayelekile.
7.2, why do you wish to repeat his statement? The answer, they told me not to talk in details. They will arrange somebody else to obtain the statement who is not participating in this investigation.
Umbuzo wathi-ke yingani-ke ufuna ukuphinda lesi statement okanye yingani ufuna ukuphinda i-statement? Waphendula ukuthi-ke bangitshele-ke ukuthi ngingaphani ngemininingwane yonke ngoba phela-ke bazoenza okanye bazohlela okanye kwenza amalungiselelo ukuthi kube nomunye umuntu okuyona-ke ingxenye yaleli cala ozokwazi ukuthi angilekelele ekutheni ngiphane nge-statement sami.
Number 8, where were you arrested? Yeah, where were you arrested?
Number 8-ke ubuza lo mbuzo-ke ukuthi waboshelwa kuphi?
I was arrested at Tembisa while standing on the street.
Uthi ngaboshwa ngisethembisa nje ngiyimele emgaqweni.
8.1, where were you arrested?
When?
When were you arrested? 2020, 05:30, during the day. I don't remember the time. That is answer from the accused.
Umbuzo othi 8.1 uthi waboshwa nini? Wase-ke uyaphendula-ke uthi nge-30 zikaMeyi 2020 emini, kodwa-ke isikhathi angisasikhumbuli.
Number 9, do you have any injuries? If so, how and when were they sustained? Yes, answer from the accused, yes, in both arms have marks due to the handcuffs were very tight.
Kanti-ke umbuzo wesi-9 uthi ngabe unamanxeba yini? Uma ngabe kunjalo wathola amanxeba kanjani nokuthi-ke wawathola kuphi? Bukuphi ngenkathi uthola amanxeba? Waphendula-ke ummangalelwa wathi yebo, lezi ngalo kanye ezandleni ezo-2 ngenxa yokuthi-ke ozankosi bebeqinise ozankosi okanye ama-handcuff ebeqinisiwe.
9.1, observation to the justice of peace. I noticed the marks on both hands, and I even losing little bit the handcuffs.
Kanti ke uJustice of Peace okanye yena ke lona obeloko ethatha lesi statement ebhala phansi ke impendulo ke lokho akubona okanye waqaphela uyaphendula ke uthi yebo ngiye ngaqaphela okanye ngabona ukuthi kukhona ke izimpawu nje kulezi izandla ezimbili lapho ke ngathatha ke isinqumo sokuthi mangithi uxegisa nje kancanyana ozankosi.
Now, Colonel, at which point did you loosen the handcuffs?
I losing the handcuffs, my lord, while we were still talking orally, not yet completely.
Manje ke ngaxekisa ozankosi ngekathi sihloko sikhuluma nje ngomlomo phambi kokuthi ke ngizobhala phansi. Kwakungesona ke leso sikhathi bekuyisikhathi nje ngenkathi sihloko sixoxisana nje ngomlomo.
Do you object, number 10, do you object to the presence of any person in or in the immediate vicinity of this office? No, as there was no other person present at office except the suspect, the officer taking the statement.
Ngabe ke unenkinga ke ngokuba khona ke kumuntu othize khona lana ke okanye eduze nendawo okanye eduze ne-office la sikhona impendulo ithi cha kwaphela ke ubengekho omnye umuntu owayekhona e-ofisini ngaphandle kwaye ke ummangalelo okanye ke umsolwa no nephoyisa ke elalithatha ke i-statement.
There's initialing at point number 10, or just above point number 10. Can you just explain that initialing?
In fact, the initial is for point number 9.1 because there are some scratches that I did, my lord.
Khona lezi zinto ke esibiza ke ukuthi ama uku-initiala uma ngabe khona ke iphutha elithize lenzekile ekhasini okanye ephepheni kube kuthiwa abantu baya-initiala into esifana nje ne-signature kanti ingoba upoint 9.1 kukhona nje uku-scratch nje okukhona lapho isona sizathu esenza ukuthi kube ne-initial efakwayo khona.
And who initial there?
It's myself and the accused, my lord.
Imina ke nommangalelwa esa-initial.
Yes, you may proceed.
10.1, if so, against who and why? Answer of the accused is none.
I-10.1 ithi uma ngabe kunjalo ke lokho ke kumaqondana nombani isizathu kwaba yisiphi impendulo yathi lutho.
Number 11, do you still wish to make a statement? The answer from the accused is yes.
Number 11 uthi ngabe usazimisele yini ukwenza statement impendulo ithi yebo.
Yes, you may proceed.
Number 11.1, as you are still prepared to make a statement, I would like to know your source of information regarding the proposed statement you wish to make. The answer from the accused, yes, I am prepared still to make the statement, and I am the source.
Manje ke number 11.1 uthi ke ngoba ke usayimisele ukwenza lesi statement ngithanda ukwazi ke ukuthi umnyombo wolwazi lwakho uyobe uqhamuka kuphi ke omayelana ke nalesi statement othanda ukuthi usenze uyaphendula lapho ke uthi yebo imina ke umuntu olungiselele ukuthi ngizophana ngaso leso statement qobo lwami.
Number 12, are you at this moment under the influence of any liquor and or drugs? The answer from the accused, no. I am drinking, but I last drank liquor in March due to lockdown, and I don't use drugs.
Manje number 12 uthi ngabe kulesi sigaba ungaphansi komthelelo mhlambe wotshwala okanye ke idakamizwa wase ke uyaphendula ke ummangalelwa uthi cha ngiyaphuza khona-ke ngiyavuma lokho kodwa-ke ngagcina-ke ukuphuza utshwala ngo-March ngenxa-ke yokuthi kwaba ne-lockdown kanti-ke iy'dakamizwa zona-ke angiyisebenzisi.
12.1 Observation of Justice of Peace. The suspect looks sober.
Uma-ke ku-12.1 uJustice of Peace ethi-ke umfakamehlo uyambhekisisa okanye-ke uyamhlola wasuyabona-ke ukuthi cha lo muntu-ke uhluzekile.
Paragraph 13
Signatures. Remember to explain the signatures on each page.
is the signature of the accused and the thumbprint of the accused, as well as my signature, my lord, to make sure that we understood each other, me and the accused.
Kanti laphana phansi futhi-ke kwaba yiyona-ke leyo ngqubo i-right thumbprint futhi-ke i-thumbprint yesandla sokudla sakalona-ke umsolwa ne-signature yakhe-ke ziyavelela khona lapho phansi neyami signature futhi iyavelela khona lapho phansi ekhasini.
Paragraph 13. Since it appears that the deponent is in his sound and sober senses, has not been unduly influenced thereto, understand his right as prescribed by Section 35 of the Constitution, freely and voluntarily wishes to make a statement, he is informed that he may now proceed.
Manje-ke point number 13 uthini njengoba kubukeka kwangathi lona-ke ozophuma ngestatement uhluzekile okanye uphapheme kanti-ke akakaze nje uyazwisisa-ke namalungelo wakhe njengoba evelela-ke kule mibandela-ke ye-Section 35 ye-Constitution yethu kanti-ke ngokukhululeka nangokuy'khethela uyathanda-ke ukusenza lesi statement manje-ke useyaxwayiswa-ke ukuthi okanye uyaziswa-ke ukuthi angaqhubeka-ke ukwenza njalo ngabanye amazwi ukuphana ngalesi statement sakhe.
So, my lord, the accused gave the statement, we wrote the statement, and then we finish, and then we go to paragraph 14.
Manje-ke ummangalelwa-ke wasuyaqhubeka sabhala phansi-ke i-statement emva kokuthi-ke sibhale-ke lesi statement sesiyaqhubeka futhi-ke ngemibuzo ku-point number 14-ke manje.
On completing the statement, it is read to the deponent. He is also given the opportunity of reading the statement himself and of changing the statement. He seems if necessary.
Kanti-ke uma sesiqedile-ke ukuthatha lesi statement siyafunda sifundela lona-ke obe loko ephana ngaso lesi statement futhi-ke unikezwa nethuba lokuthi angayifundela sona-ke lesi statement ukuthi-ke akwazi ukuthi angashintsha kwenye alethe ushintsho oluthize kulokhu okuqukethwe yilesi statement uma ebona ukuthi isidingo sikhona sokuthi akwenze lokho.
14.1, note down whether he also read through the statement.
14.1 usho njalo-ke ukuthi kwamele kubhalwe phansi ukuqinisekisa-ke ukuthi uye wabhala phansi okanye wayifundela i-statement.
The suspect never read the statement himself, but only ratified the officer about the day where the caps were used by them on paragraph 3. He clarified it. Paragraph 3, my lord, is on the...
Yes, you don't need to go to that, yes. Yes.
Manje-ke lona-ke umsolwa akazange afunde lesi statement akazange ayifundele sona kodwa-ke kukhona-ke okuthize okwenzwa-ke okanye iphutha elenziwa nguye lona obethatha-ke i-statement mayelana-ke nosuku olumayelana-ke nokutholakala kwalama okanye usuku lapho-ke bekugqokwe amakhephu njengoba ke lokho kuvelela ku paragraph 3.
Yes, paragraph 14.2.
14.2, has the statement been read back to the deponent by an interpreter? It was read back by the officer.
U 14.2 uyabuza ke ukuthi ngabe lesi statement wafundelwa sona yini yilo otolekayo, futhi lona ophana ngestatement leso statement wafundelwa sona yini. Impendulo iyathi lesi statement wafundelwa sona lo officer okanye leli phoyisa.
Yes.
The following questions are now put to the deponent. 15.1. Are you satisfied that which have you stated has been noted down correctly? Yes, I am satisfied.
Kanti ke le mibuzo ke elandelayo ile mibuzo ke abuzwa yona ke lo ophane ngestatement sakhe 15.1. Wabuzwa ke ukuthi ngabe ke wanelisekile ke ngalesi statement okanye ngakho konke okubhalwe phansi ngabe kubhalwe phansi ngendlela eqondile, wasuya phendula ke uthi yebo nganelisekile.
Do you have any complaint as to the matter in which I took down this statement?
Manner. The manner.
Or do you have any complaint as to the manner in which I took down this statement? No, I don't have any complaint.
15.2 iyabuza ke lapho ngabe unokhala okuthize okumayelana ke nomkhuba engiwusebenzisile ukuthi ngithathe lesi statement. Uyaphendula uthi cha anginaso ke isikhalazo.
15.3, are you satisfied with the interpreter? There was no interpreter, my lord. I am satisfied the way the officer translated to me.
Kanti ke wasuyabuzwa ke ngabe uthokozile yini ngendlela uToliki beketolika ngakhona, wase ngoba ke uToliki ubengekho, wasuyaphendula ke uthi mina ngingeme ngendlela ke lona ke ubabuphoyisa ke ebengitolikela ngakhona.
Placed Kloof Police Station, date 2020 of 5:30. The time was 12 in the midnight.
Kanti indawo bekhona laphana ke eDeeploaf Police Station isikhathi okanye ke idate yathi i30 zika May 2020 isikhathi sathi 12 o'clock ebusuku.
And then there was a signature of the accused and right thumbprint as well as my signature.
Kwaba ke
Which you understood.
kwaba ke signature ekamangalelwa ne right thumbprint yakhe kanye ne signature yami.
The closing page observation of Justice of Peace with regard to the deponent clothing: black tracksuit top, striped t-shirt, TH, label, blue jean, red bat, red Cavella shoes. This is the clothing, my lord. And then appearance was a good appearance, attitude very positive, and the release freely, talking,
Yes, what is
and
it?
relax freely, talking, my lord. So,
Kanti ke uma ke sekukasho kanje ubhekisiswa yilona ke Justice of Peace mayelana ke nalona ophana ngestatement sakhe kubhekwa lezi zinto ezilandelayo: impahla beyigqokile bebukeka kanjani nokuyiphatha kwakhe. Kuthiwa ke impahla beyigqokile ubegqoke i-tracksuit emnyama, i-top yakhona ne-t-shirt nje enama stripes ye-DH, i-label le yakhona leyo. Kanti ke ubeze egqoke ke ne-jean ye-red bag nezicathulo nje zekhavela ezibomvu ngombala. Kanti ke ubebukeka kahle nje uma umuntu embhekile. Okunye ke ukuyiphatha kwakhe bekuwumuntu nje obenokusebenzisana, futhi ke ubekhululekile eyikhulumela nje.
Yes. Was it now the end of the taking down of the statement?
That's all, my lord.
Yes, and what happened after that? After the statement was taken?
I keep the statement with me, my lord. I get outside, the police were outside, and I hand him back to the policeman who brought him.
Manje ngathatha istatement ngasiphatha kumina ngase-ke mina-ke ngiyamdedela ngimnikeza leli phoyisa elamletha kumina phambili.
I arrange with the Brigadier Gininda to come to my office at London to collect it, to collect the statement.
That's
Because
okay.
I didn't want to release with other people as it was having confidential information. Some of the statement I did previously, I saw it full on the media exactly comma by comma. So now I gave it to the investigating officer in order to account for himself. I don't keep it in a code.
Ngenza-ke amalungiselelo ukuthi ngifane naye-ke ubaba uGininda okanye uBrigadier Gininda ukuthi azokwazi ukuthi asithole nje lesi statement, ngimnikeze sona lesi statement ezandleni zakhe. Ngoba phela-ke esikhathini esedlule bekunokwenzeka-ke ukuthi iy'tatimenti ezinjena-ke unikeza noma ubani ukuthi makasihambise, uzothola-ke okuqukethwe yilesi statement sekuyavelela nala kungamelanga ukuthi kuvelele khona. Manje ngenxa yokuthi lesi statement-ke sasiqukethe-ke izinto ezibucayi ngaphakathi, ngenza isiqiniseko-ke sokuthi sifika ezandleni zakhe uBrigadier Gininda, mina uqobo lwami ngamnikeza sona.
Yes, and when did you hand him the statement?
He came the following day. It was weekend. I think he came on the Monday. I was at office. He came on first day of the week, and then he came to collect it.
Ngicabanga ukuthi bekunguSombuluko makeza ofisini ukuzothatha lesi statement. Bekuwusuku nje lokuqala lweviki uma ezothatha istatement ofisini.
Just that I don't remember whether it was weekend or what, but first thing in the morning when I was at work, he came and collected it.
Manje angisakhumbuli ngoba-ke ukuthi mhlambe bekuyi-weekend okanye-ke bekunini, kodwa-ke ngiyakhumbula nje usuku lokuqala nje uma ngingasemsebenzini weze uzothatha lesi statement.
And Exhibit FF, is that a statement that you completed and the one that you handed to, you confirm that to Brigadier Gininda? Yes, this document that you've just read out.
Yes, this is the exhibit. This original one is the one that I gave it to him. I didn't have it in a copy.
Iyona ngenye yobufakazi-ke yona-ke eyokuqala-ke hhayi ikhophi, ngamnikeza yona-ke ilokhu njani yangempela uGininda, uBrigadier Gininda.
Do you confirm the correctness thereof?
I don't understand, but who confirmed?
Do you confirm the correctness of this document?
Yes, it is the right document. Yes, my lord.
Yebo, ngiyaqinisekisa-ke ukuthi okuqukethwe leli document kuqondile. Yebo, ngiyaqinisekisa-ke.
Thank you, Madam. That is all.
Yes, Mr. Ramsingil.
As the court pleases, my lord, before I proceed, just to get clarification from the court, my lord, with respect to what was mentioned in 14.1, with respect to what the court earlier ruled regarding
What's that?
Section 35.
What's that?
In 14.1, what was mentioned that was not supposed to be mentioned by this witness, that the provisions of Section 35, as the court previously ruled, that it be invoked.
No, he asked the witness, what is he arrested for?
Yes.
And according to him, the witness said, I'm arrested for shooting a person. And I said, that is a form, the law is with this repository. That is self-incriminating.
Yes.
Because at that stage,
Yes.
he hadn't done any other thing. And I said, that question could be admissible after,
Indeed, so.
and I don't want to say after the accused has been
Yes.
apprised of his rights. You understand where I'm getting to?
Yes.
But let me read you what I I read, because even Mr. Malui seemed to think ek is verkeerd. I'm not. Yeah. So Secretary 5.5 says, evidence obtained in a manner that violates any right in the Bill of Rights must be excluded if the admission of that evidence would render the trial unfair or otherwise be detrimental to the administration of justice. Because when a person takes a statement, he is taking the evidence from whoever is making the statement. So that was the reason, sir. Yes, any cross-examination?
Indeed, so my lord. Colonel, when Brigadier at the time, Gininda, asked you to assist with taking down a statement, was it for the first time that you had had such a request from him?
Uma ecela-ke ubabhekile ukuthi uthathe istatement lokuqala mhlawumbe-ke akunikeza-ke lo msebenzi wokuthatha istatement.
Specific for him to take a call and call me, it was the first time.
Ushuthi-ke ngendlela eyikhethile uthi yena athathe ucingo angifonele ubeqala ukukwenza.
And did you know him as a person before Gininda?
I know him as a police officer, yes.
Yebo bengimazi phambilini njengephoyisa ubaba uGininda.
And your testimony is that the suspect that you had to take the statement from was brought by Monaring. Where was this Monaring person based? Do you know?
Yes, he gave me as the person who worked for Metropolis at
Yebo lona-ke umnareni wase-ke uyangitshela okanye kwaba nokuthize anginikeza khona-ke okumayelana nomsebenzi wakhe usebenzela-ke ekuruleni.
Ekuruleni Metropolis, I don't know this for what, but it's SWAT.
Kanti-ke ekuruleni Metropolis ngazi-ke leli gama elithi SWAT.
Was Monaring in the company of any other police officers?
My lord, I was inside the office, I couldn't see, but it's a general knowledge. I don't think he can go alone.
Manje mina bengise-ofisini bengaphakathi e-ofisini bengakwazi ukubona ukuthi uhamba nobani ngaleso sikhathi lo umnareni. Kanti-ke kuyiyona nje indlela ejwayelekile ukuthi amaphoyisa ahambe wonke.
And your testimony is that the suspect was handcuffed. How was he handcuffed? In front or at the back?
He was handcuffed in front, my lord.
Futhi ozamkhosi-ke befakwe bona la kuhlakala kanti-ke izandla zazingaphambili emzimbeni wakhe.
Now, can you provide the general physical appearance of that suspect when you saw him for the first time?
Although I don't understand
general physical appearance.
It was normal. He was appearing normal.
Futhi-ke ube nje ngendlela ejwayelekile uma ngiqala ukumbona lo ubusongo obezophana ngesitatimenti sakhe.
Could you also describe the general physical appearance of the clothing that he was wearing?
As I wrote, my lord, the clothing that he was a dark black tracksuit, top, striped t-shirt, TH label, blue jean, made of red bat, and red Cavera shoes.
Njengoba sengishilo-ke ukuthi ubefake i-tracksuit emnyama kanti-ke efake nayo-ke i-t-shirt enama-stripe kanti ubefake nejini eli-blue le-red bed kanti futhi-ke ubefake ney'cathulo-ke ezibomvu amakhavela.
And because this person, the suspect, hasn't seen you before and you have not seen him before, can you just give a brief description of his demeanor as he was brought into your office?
Well, the demeanor was good, my lord. The demeanor was good.
Ngendlela bebukeka ngakhona okanye ayiphathe ngakhona bekukahle nje bekukahle.
Now, at some stage you say the suspect asked you to loosen up the handcuffs because they were tightly or overly tightened up. Did you, there by the wrist area, see any injuries where he was cuffed?
Yes, my lord, I saw that the handcuffs were tight and it was, how can I put it, just wrist a little bit. I don't know, discuss what, swollen, yeah, swollen a little bit. Let me put it like that. Swollen a little bit.
Yebo ngingabona nje ukuhlakala lapha ekuhleli khona ke ozankosi ukuthi ngathi ubevukele ngenxa yokufaka kwazo lezo ozankosi.
And did you request, before you interviewed him, the suspect that was brought to you, did you ask to examine him for any other injuries on his body or his person?
No, I didn't ask, my lord.
Azange ngimbuze ukuthi ngabe unawo yini amanye amanxeba emzimbeni wakhe engawabonanga kodwa azange ngimbuze.
I didn't ask to examine about the injuries. I asked about the injuries. He said no injuries, except that one for handcuffs.
Or azange ushuthi-ke ukumhlolisisa azange ngimhlolisise kodwa-ke ukumbuza khona ukuthi ngabe unawo yini amanye amanxeba ngaphandle kwalawo-ke awebonakala khona nakuhlakala lokho ngambuza khona.
And the interview with the suspect, was it electronically recorded, either audio, visually, or both?
No, they were not.
Shuthi-ke azikho izisetshenziswa-ke zokuxosha umsindo okanye lokho kwakwenzeka ngenkathi ngiyobuza imibuzo.
Now, you commenced the interview with the suspect. Did you ask him how old he was?
Although I don't remember,
Nanoma ngingasakhumbuli ukuthi ngambuza yini iminyaka yakhe.
specific, I don't remember because I didn't write it down.
Ngaleyo ndlela nje eyikhethile ngoba angibhalanga phansi usho khona ukuthi mhlambe azange ngimbuze iminyaka yakhe.
Did you ask him his level of education?
Yes, my lord, although I didn't write it down also, I remember I asked him about education. He said he last at a lower level. He didn't even mention the class.
Nanoma-ke ngingazange ngakubhala phansi lokho kodwa-ke ukuthi uye esikolweni kufika kuphi-ke lokho ngambuza khona washo-ke ufundile kodwa-ke wenze nje amabanga aphansi esikolweni kazange akasho ugrade bakhe.
Did you ask him before the interview commenced what was his physical and mental condition, whether he was ready, capable to do that interview with you?
Can you repeat the question, my lord?
Did you ask him about his physical and mental condition, the readiness to proceed with the interview that you were about to embark on?
Yes, my lord. I asked him whether he's under influence of liquor. Because I saw him that he's a normal person. He said he's not. He last drank a long time ago. That's when I concluded that no, he's fit.
Manje yebo ngike ngambuza lokho-ke isimo sakhe somqondo ukuthi ngabe simeme yini ukuthi angaqhubeka ngokwenza-ke lesi statement ngoba ngambuza ukuthi ngabe washayile yini namponjwana amanzi wathi cha wagcina kudala ukuphuza ngase ngiyabona ukuthi hayi kulungeleke ukuthi singaqhubeka ukuthi aphane nge-statement sakhe.
Now, before you proceeded with the interview, you then warned the suspect about his constitutional rights, correct?
That's correct, my lord.
Yebo ukuqhubeka-ke ngalolu hlelo angoba siqhubeke ngalo ngamxwayisa-ke okanye ngamnikeza-ke amalungelo wakhe ukuya-ke ngomthethosisekelo wethu.
And the rights that you explained, correct me if I'm wrong, this one contained these boilerplate rights that are on the pro forma at page 1, correct?
Yes, my lord, as a directive. Please.
Yebo iwona-ke amalungelo engingamphethela wona-ke njengoba-ke evela kule khasi lokuqala kanti-ke yindlela-ke esiphoqwa ngakhona-ke umthetho ukuthi sisebenze ngakho.
But I added, my lord, that to give me the right that if there is somebody who threatening him, it's also his right to tell me that in order to help him.
Ngaphinde futhi-ke ngamnikeza lolo lwazi-ke ukuthi angangitshela uma ngabe khona umuntu-ke omsabisayo ukuze-ke ngikwazi ukumlekelela kuloko kakhulukazi ngoba ezophana ngaso lesi statement ngabe khona omsabisayo yini.
And that interview then proceeds and you use this pro forma, which has got certain preliminary questions, correct?
That's correct, my lord.
Yebo kwaba nemibuzo-ke eza phambi kokuthi-ke kuzobhalwa phansi-ke lesi statement abezophana ngaso yena kanti-ke lokho kuvelela khona kule proforma lena esikhuluma ngayo.
My Lord, at this time, because I'm going to go now into the meat of the question and answers, can we then take an early break and return maybe at 1:45? If it's suitable with you.
It's quarter to 2, my lord, but it never really works because the accused also need enough time to have their meals.
Yeah.
So I'll suggest 2 o'clock.
2 o'clock. Okay, 2 o'clock. Yeah.
Witness reminded of the oath, my lord.
Right, Mr. Marafa, please.
Thank you, my lord. I mean, that's it.
Yes, sir.
Now, Colonel, accused number 1 instructs me as follows. That when you interviewed him, you did not put any of these preliminary questions to him, the ones that are contained in the pro forma, from question 1 downwards. You did not put them to him, these questions that are in the pro forma.
No, I put, my lord. That was the main purpose of the interview.
Futhi-ke okuyiyona injongo yokuthi sibe nayo leyo interview ukuthi siqale khona lapho-ke kuleyo mibuzo okuqalwa ngayo ukuze-ke sikwazi ukufinyelela laphana-ke ekutheni sibe nayo leyo interview.
That the circumstances under which he met you are as follows. That he was brought to a police station in Soweto that is not known to him by several police officers, amongst them that he later knew their names: Mohola, Buthelezi, Siliki, Mabena, and Gininda. These are the people that brought him to your offices, and they were further in the company of several Ekurhuleni Metropolitan Department SWAT officers. Do you have any comment on that?
Yes, my lord, I can comment. As I mentioned, that to my office, only one policeman who came with an accused. I mentioned on my evidence in chief that with my knowledge and experience, I don't think he was supposed to be alone. I don't know who are those. But if Brigadier Gininda was there, he hid himself from me. I never saw him.
Manje-ke ngawuphendula lo mbuzo-ke uma nokuthi kwakhona-ke amaphoyisa amaningi aletha abamangalela khona laphana njengaye-ke Brigadier Gininda, uMabhena, uSiliki, uButhelezi kanti noMohola. Mina ngayiphendula-ke ngendlela yokuthi-ke e-ofisini lami kweza nje iphoyisa elilodwa, kanti-ke kunokwenzeka-ke ukuthi mhlawumbe uma ngabe bebekhona bebeyifihlile kwamina azange ngibabone labo bantu okukhulunywa ngabo. Nangesipiliyoni sami lokho kuyangitshela-ke ukuthi iphoyisa alizi lodwa, njengoba sengishilo phambilini ngenkathi umshushu sengibuza imibuzo, kodwa-ke azange ngibabone kuze iphoyisa elilodwa e-ofisini.
And my lord, to further explain, if Brigadier Gininda was there, I was going to give him the conviction. I was not going to take it to the office for the other day.
Manje uma ngabe-ke uBrigadier Gininda ubekhona khona lapho kuleyo ndawo kulela office, bengizomnikeza-ke leyo confession. Bengeke nje ngize ngilinde ukuthi ngihambe ngaso lesi statement esise-ofisini. Bengizomnikeza ngaso sona leso sikhathi khona lapho.
He further instructs me that these police officers that I've mentioned, upon their arrival at that police station, they took him to a room, and in that room he was assaulted and he was tortured.
Only room that I know, my lord, is the room that I was given by the CSC commander. And I can deny that the CSC commander can give the police the room just to assault a person. Those people were coming those people and the accused, they were coming to see me. I don't think even that constable that came here, he knows the proof setup.
Manje ke engikwaziyo mina ke ukuthi iCSC commander yanginikeza ke igumbi lona igumbi engilaziyo mina. Nganikezwa igumbi lokuthi ke ngizo khuluma nabamangalelo kanye ummangalelo. Kanti uma ngabe ke kuthiwa ke kukhona nje igumbi elanikezwa ke amaphoyisa ukuthi makashaye abamangalelwa, lokho ngingaphika mina. Ngoba phela ke angeke kube negumbi elikhishwayo nje likhishelwe nje ukuthi mali yosetshenziselwa ukuthi kushawe abamangalelwa.
And my lord, there is one entrance at the kloof. You enter the gate, you get into CSC. That was the room I was given. So there is no other room outside that maybe I can say maybe he started there. So that one I deny my lord.
Alikho elinye igumbi engasho mina ukuthi mhlawumbe ngabe baqale kulo. Ngoba phela ke uma uya eDiklupe police station yakhona, mungena nje ungena kuyiCSC, na iCSC bese ke nali igumbi enganikezwa lona okanye office enganikezwa lona nje liseduze nayo iCSC. Ayikho ke enye indawo esingasho ukuthi ngaphandle kweCSC bahamba baya kuyo. Kodwa ke nayo indawo mina enganikezwa yona ukuthi ngisebenze ngakuyo.
That the said assault and torture was meted out to him because they were telling him to talk and incriminate himself in a crime that he said he doesn't know and he didn't commit.
May I not comment on that, my lord?
Ngicela ukuthi ngingayiphenduleke leyo.
But if that thing occurred, he had all the time and the opportunity to explain to me as a neutral person, but he didn't explain to me.
Uma ngabe ke leso sigameko senzeka ngempela, ube nesikhathi sonke ukuthi angakwazi ukuthi ke angitshele khona lokho. Ngoba phela ke mina angisiyena umuntu othatha ihlangothi ngekathi ke benginayo ngaleso sikhathi. Ube fanele ukuthi angitsheleke ukuthi kunesigameko esithize esenza.
That when you stepped into that room, the assault and torture stopped and...
Sorry, for my edification, I want to understand.
Yes.
So the general,
Yes.
the colonel,
Yes.
he stepped, you say, when he stepped into that room, meaning the room in which the assault was taking place. Is that how you're putting it?
Those are my instructions.
No, you're fine. I just want to understand.
Yes.
Because I heard him say he was inside the room and he brought the man inside. Are you with me?
Yes.
So just for clarification.
Yes.
Okay.
That when you stepped into that room, the assault and torture stopped, and then you then called the suspect, accused number 1, to the side. You had documents, and you told him, if you don't sign these documents, these people are going to continue and perpetrate these assaults on you.
No, my lord, that is far from the truth. I am the one who got the room, and then I am the one to be first inside the room. So, if he said I step in the room, that means I find him inside being assaulted. But
Yeah, that's
there
what
was
you say.
nobody in that room, my lord. I was alone. I was given the room it was arranged for me, and then him is the one who came while me I was inside with the policeman, and then I showed him the place to sit, and then I checked the particulars of the policeman went out. So
Okay.
there is nothing like that.
Lokho ke akusilona iqiniso kanye ayikho into enjalo yokuthi mina ke ngiyengena kulelo gumbi la beshayelwa ngakhona. Okuyilona iqiniso ukuthi mina ngafika ke kulelo gumbi kungenamuntu. Ngafika kwigumbi enginikezwe lona kungenamuntu. Yena ke ulethwa njena iphoyisa. Ngacela ke imininingwane ke yalelo phoyisa ke emva kwalokho ke lahamba lelo phoyisa ukuthi ke umangalelwa uza nalo lelo phoyisa kulelo gumbi. Shuthi yena ufike mina ngisegumbini abanginikeze lona khona lapha. Ingalokho ke ngithi mina ke lokho akuyiqiniso.
That because the assault commenced from during the day in Tembisa, when he was arrested in Tembisa, then taken again to Vosloorus near a court building in Vosloorus. The assaults were also perpetrated there. Then at this police station in Soweto, it was for the third time. He then relented and agreed and signed those documents because he was fearing for his life based on what was being permitted and perpetrated upon him.
I don't want to talk about Tembisa, Vosloorus, my lord. I will talk about Diepkloof, where I was involved. And at Diepkloof, my lord, the CSC office for the community as well as the police who are on duty. If I'm here in that office, it can be the door, it can be a CSC. I don't know which CSC commander can allow the assault to be taken by the people that did not even know them, where they coming from. So that is far from truth. At Diepkloof, nothing happened. On another police station, I don't know. I cannot comment.
Manje ke angeke ngikwazi ke ukuthi ngiphenduleke lapho malana ke namanye ama police station mina ke ngizogxila ekutheni ke ngibheke iDiepkloof police station yakho ngoba kukhulunywa nje Tembisa usuke Tembisa Vosloorus uloku yashaba kanjalo usuke Vosloorus kuseSoweto ekugcineni ke wagcina sekebona ukuthi hayi ngcono ngizame ke ukukhusela okanye ukugcina impilo yami ngokuthi ke ngikwenze lokho abathi ngikwenze uthi lapho ke angikwazi ukuthi ngaphendula nje iDiepkloof yona ngoba phela ke uma sikhuluma ngeDiepkloof mawungena nje eDiepkloof nayo iCSC nayo ioffice engangikezwe lona njengegumbi lokuthi mhlawumbe ngikwazi ke ukubamba leyo interview ngithatha leso statement angicabangi ukuthi ke ucommander waseCSC ubengayivuma leyo nto leyo ukuthi iyenzeke nanoma kuseduze nendawo ukuthi ke umphakathi uyakwazi ukuthi ufinyelele kuyo ushawe umuntu ayekele kanjalo okanye kungena abantu angabazi bazokwenza leso sigameko ubengeke ayivume.
And again, my lord, although I cannot deny, bluntly denied, but I'm asking myself the question that somebody who was assaulted at Tembisa by the police, not one police, and assaulted at Vosloorus, another police station, by the police, the number of group of police, according to the facts that are put in front of the court. Back to Diepkloof, assaulted by the police. My lord, the police are gymming their feet. They can't assault a person 3 times like this and then he come at office walking like that. That is not true, my lord. I want to deny it again, based on those facts. That man was going to come by an armed cyclist if it was assaulted 3 times, 3 places like that. That is not true.
Absolutely iqiniso. Awuthi ke ngizame ke ukuyiphendula ngaleyo ndlela uma ngabe manje sengiyayiphendula leyo. Ngithi ke ushayiwe ukuya ngalokho okulethwa kimina. Ushayiwe phela ke inhlanhla ezu3. Okokuqala washawa eTembisa police station yakho. Ushawa amaphoyisa. Wasuka eTembisa waye eVosloorus police station yakho. Ushawa amaphoyisa. Athi umuntu oyedwa nje umshayana. Ushuthi ke isiqubu ke samaphoyisa siyamshaya ukusuka khona lapho ke eVosloorus kuyiwa eSoweto mafika khona eSoweto uphinde futhi uyashawa makafika khona ethi ngeke ngibeke ngalendlela ukuthi ubengeke afike khona lapha eDiepkloof ukuthi uyayihambela nje ubezobe elethwe ngeambulance maphela ayajima amaphoyisa.
You jumped the gun, Colonel, because I was coming to that. Let me finish my section, then I'll come back to that. He also instructs me that indeed he signed this document and he was also told to affix or append his fingerprint on the document?
My Lord, I was sitting with the accused. We started by talking, and then we write the statement at his presence. I write the statement at his presence, informed by the accused, and then we sign. So all the period that is from 9:45 until 12 o'clock, I'm sitting with the accused. I don't think it's a truth that I was just, for so long, the accused was just doing fingerprints and signature only. It shows that we sit, we discuss, we agreed with this thing.
Ngithanda ukusho-ke kwesenkantolo ukuthi ummangalelwa saqala saxoxa mina naye sakhuluma-ke emva kokuthi-ke sikhulume mina nommangalelwa okanye umsolwa ngase-ke ngibhala phansi konke abengitshela khona. Emva kokuthi-ke ngibhale phansi konke abengitshela khona kwaba ukuthi-ke manje sekumele kusayinwe ngoba sasesiqedile-ke ukusenza leso statement. Kanti-ke lesi sikhathi-ke sokuthi ngihlale nommangalelwa sahlala kusuka ngo 10 ukufika ngo-12 o'clock ebusuku. Lokho-ke angeke kwazi ukuthi kube yiqiniso ukuthi kwavele nje kwathiwa-ke ummangalelwa makabeke i-thumbprint yakhe asayine. Ukusuka ngo-10 ebusuku ukufika ngo-12 o'clock wenza lokho nje okuncanyana kanjalo. Angicabangi ukuthi lokho kuyiqiniso.
Now, on the assault, accused instructs me that he was slapped, but mainly the torture was a clear plastic bag was placed and covered his face, his eyes, his ears, his nose and mouth, and it was pulled by a person behind him whilst the rest of the other of the police officers held him, and they smothered and suffocated him so that he couldn't breathe. Can you comment on that?
Yes, I can comment. He was supposed to tell me. He didn't tell me that. So to me, it seems as if it was never happened.
Yebo, ngaphawula lapho. Ube fanele ukuthi angitshele ukuthi kwenzeka kanjani. Kodwa-ke azange akangitshele. Kimina-ke kuyafana ukuthi lokho akushoyo azange kwenzeka.
And I asked him about the assault, but he never told me. He can't say he forgot because I asked him.
Ngambuza okunye futhi ngambuza ukuthi washawa yini. Azange akasho ukuthi washawa, usho ukuthi-ke wathi azange akashawa. Angeke aze angitshele ukuthi ube ekhohliwe ngoba phela-ke ngambuza ukuthi washawa yini.
Now, let's go back to this issue. You testified that you and the suspect were speaking in isiZulu, correct?
That's correct, my lord.
Yebo, kuyiqiniso lokho ukuthi ngikushilo lokho ukuthi sasikhuluma ngesizulu mina nalona-ke umsolwa.
And the pro forma is written in English, correct?
That's correct, my lord.
Yebo, kuyiqiniso lento esibiza i-proforma yona-ke ibhalwe ngesingisi.
The answers and details recorded in the pro forma are also recorded in English, correct?
That's correct, my lord.
Ney'mpendulo-ke zibhalwe ngesingisi.
Now, you've also testified that you asked the suspect what the level of education was, and then you said it's...
He said he never attended school, he was at the low classes.
Sorry?
He said he never attended school, he last do it at the low classes. So I didn't want to get in too much there, because sometimes when you ask people about education, sometimes it looks as if you want to embarrass them or what.
Ngambuza yebo ukuthi ibanga wagcina kulo esikolweni waseyashoyo ukuthi ilamabanga aphansi emfundo. Kodwa-ke azange ngifuneke ukuthi ngiyilandelisise-ke leyo ndaba ngoba abanye abantu muqhubeke uloku umbuza ukuthi ufunde wafika kuphi ngazuthi-ke manje ufuna ukumphathisa okanye ukumfakela nje amahloni.
Now, based on those questions, explain to me how this pro forma was done in terms of the English that it's written in and you interpreting and accused one understanding what's happening in that process of that interview.
As the court pleases. My Lord, I'll read as I was reading here at court, but I didn't read complete. Maybe I'll take certain paragraph and then I explain to the accused. If there is an answer that he must give me, he will give me the answer. I continue step by step like that. And then after I obtain also the statement, when I finish everything, I'll read exactly the same way, continuing in English, explaining to him what I mean, and listen to his comment, if he understood or not.
Yebo, njengoba sengishilo-ke ukuthi ngangithatha nje isinyathelo esisodwa ngesikhathi ukuthi-ke njengoba bengenza la enkantolo ngifundela inkantolo lokho-ke okuphambi kwami bengenza kanjalo kuyena-ke mhlawumbe ngithathe-ke ingxenye yalokho okubhaliwe emva kwalokho-ke bese-ke uzophendula kimina kanti-ke ngibhale phansi-ke lokho uma ephendula nanoma-ke sesicedile-ke ukugcwalisa okanye ukubhala bengiphindeleke okanye ngaphindela futhi-ke ngamfundela khona lokho ngayo yona leya ndlela-ke yokuthi ngiloko ngithatha nje isicezu kancane kanjalo ngiloko ngimtolikela okanye ngimchazela khona-ke okubhalwe phansi.
Now, finally, accused number one instructs me that this process, from the moment he arrived at the time mentioned there, although he doesn't know what time he arrived, the process didn't even take more than 10 minutes because this document was pre-prepared. You only came with it and said, if he doesn't sign, the police officers are gonna perpetrate the assault and torture, and you leave him with them. Those are my instructions.
My Lord, let's be logic here. If I'm having this form, I don't understand when did I complete all this information according to him. But me, I got all this information from him step by step. The time that we spend, it shows itself that we're sitting and doing something. I cannot just come and say, sign this. I would be not respecting the constitution of the country.
Ake sizama ukubeka-ke ngale ndlela ukuthi lokho akushoyo angeke kube khona-ke okuqondile ngoba phela-ke lokho okubhaleke phezu kwaleli phepha okanye le form kubhaliwe nje kuningi kubhaliwe bekuzobhalwa nini-ke ngoba phela-ke konke engikubhale la yikho konke engikuthole kuye kanti bengeke ngize ngikwenze lokho ukuthi kuchubeke kubhebhedekiswe-ke ukushawa kwakhe ukuze-ke ekugcineni azosayina la lokho-ke mina bengizobe-ke ngiyidelela-ke umthethoseko wethu ukuthi izinto zenzeke ngendlela futhi-ke ngathatha isinyathelo ngasinyathelo kanjalo-ke lokho ngimqondisa ukuthi nasisebenze kanjani.
And finally, he instructs me that this pro forma was never even read back to him.
It was read, my Lord. That's why he managed to make some corrections in some of the things where he said, I get one rectified. It was read back to him.
Sa wafundelwa sona emva kokuthi isibhalwe phansi lesi statement waphinde wafundelwa sona isona-ke isizathu esamenza ukuthi kube nengxenye ze-statement akwazi ukuthi mazilungiswe yingoba wafundelwa sona leso statement.
My Lord, I'm done. Let me take instructions if there's anything. I'm indebted, my lord, as it pleases the court. That is all for the witness.
Okay. Yes, counsel for accused number 3. Counsel for accused number 4. Counsel for number 5.
Thank you, my lord. We have no questions for this witness.
Read them, if any.
As the court pleases, my lord. It was put to you by Mr. Ramosepeli that this pro forma exhibit FF was already completed and you asked the accused to sign it. Where did you obtain the form? Exhibit FF.
The form is with me, they were always with me in the car, in my car.
Should lama fomu ke ngihlala nginawo ke emotweni lama proforma lawa esikhuluma ngawo.
It's one of my stationery that are in the car with the full skirt as a detective, my lord.
Kuyingxenye ke yama document enginawo kanye stationery enginaso njengomphenyi wamacala engihlala nginaso.
It was also put to you that the accused was assaulted. What is the normal procedure if an accused alleges that he's been assaulted, just in general, during the taking down of the confession?
You will find out from the accused who assaulted him, why is that assault is the one which make him to make the statement or confession or not, and then you instruct the policeman who brought him, because you stop. If he said the main reason to come and make this confession is because of this assault, you stop, and then you open the case. You instruct him to open the case. You tell those people who brought him to leave him. You phone the senior officer to send another people to come and take him and help him to open the case.
Manje ke yabona ke uma ngabe umangalelwa uzoza nalawo mahlebezi ke ukuthi ushayiwe indlela ke okanye inyathelo efanele ukuthi ithathwe ukuthi kumele umbuze ukuthi ubani lo okushayile nokuthi ke ukushayeleni kanti ke ukushaya kwakhe ke kunamuphi umthelelo ekutheni wena wenze okanye ukushaya kwakhe unamuphi ke umthelelo ukuthi wena wenze lesi statement wena awusaqhubeki ke emva kwalokho kuyomele ke uxhumane nalabo abaphezulu ke ukubazisa ukuthi makulethwe mhlawumbe ke omunye ozosebenza kuleli cala uzama ke ukusiza ummangalelwa ukuchubekisa isikhalazo sakhe.
Would there be any steps that are taken regarding medical examination of such a suspect?
Medical investigation is part and parcel of the investigation. When they open a case for him, then they do that procedure, medical examination.
Ukuthi ke ayohlolwa udokotela kuyingxenye ke yophenywa kwecala uma ngabe khona amahlelo kanjalo ke kufanele ke ukuthi kulandelwe ke imigomo emayelana ke nokuthi ahlolwe udokotela.
It was also put it to you that he was assaulted in this particular room and that when you step in the room, the assault stopped. Between you and the accused, who arrived first at the police station?
As I mentioned when responding that there is nothing like that, I even gave the reasons that there is nothing. I am the one who asked the room. I was given the room. I was the one who was sitting first in that room, and then the accused came after, escorted by that policeman.
Njengoba sengishilo ke ukuthi lokho akushoyo okumayelana ke nokufika kwakhe laphayana endaweni okanye kule office ngiye ngaphikisana nakho lokho sengishilo phambilini ngiyakufika lokho ngoba phela ke mina uma ngifika lapha yana ngacela igumbi lokuthi ngiyosebenzela ngakulo okanye i-office banginikeza i-office imini umuntu oqala ukuthi afike kulelo office lokho akushoyo ke ummangalelwa akusilona iqiniso.
Thanks, my lord. It is all.
Okay, that's fine.
Sorry, did you want to say something?
Yes, I even said even the CSC commander was going to fight with me because I'm the one who has the space to work. So now if unknown people just come and assault the president station, it's the responsibility of the CSC commander is going to be in trouble if you don't act. Myself, I was going to be in trouble.
Nami ke bengizoyithola ngisenkingeni. Nami bengizoyithola ngisenkingeni. Imini umuntu wacela indawo yokusebenzela okanye ucela i-office. Manje ke sengivumela abantu abangaziwa khona lapha e-station ukuthi mabangene e-station bafike bashaye umuntu. Nami ke bengizoyithola ke ngisenkingeni. Ucommander uCSC ubengeke akuvumele lokho.
Thank you very so much.
Yeah, thanks. Just for clarification, you know the imputation is that you, sir, you wrote all the information in the pro forma form and you wrote all the information in the statement. That is the imputation. Are you with me?
Yes, my lord.
Because according to what has been put to you by Mr. Ramasipili, you never engaged, never spoke with the accused, number one. All you said to him is that, look, just sign this thing. If you don't, these guys are going to continue assaulting you. And then you gave it to him and he signed it. That's how it says the scenario played itself out. Are you with me?
I'm with the court. Yes, I'm with the court.
Did you have a docket with you, sir?
No,
Which you were given by Ginanda?
no, my lord.
Because apparently when you were being led by Mr. Malui, he wrote the address of the accused.
No, my lord. Everything that is written here, I got it from the accused when we were engaging.
And you also wrote his identity number. It starts with an 86.
Yes, my lord. The accused gave me all those particulars. That's why I said we engaged more than from to 10. It's more than 2 hours.
And you wrote also his cell number.
No, my lord. I wrote the cell number from him. I didn't get anything from Brigadier Kennedy.
Maybe Mr. Ramasipili forgot to put this to you. And you also initialed. You initialed some mistakes. You. And your evidence is that he also initialed some mistakes.
It shows, my lord, that we were step by step with the accused. We were doing this document together. From the start up to the end, my lord.
Were you ever called to come and give evidence in a court case of assault, was laid by the accused? Because he says he was assaulted in your presence. The assault stopped.
Not even a statement was obtained from me, my lord, except going to court and testify. I never did it.
But was any charge laid against you?
Nothing, my lord.
Manje ke uyaphendula leyo ndlela ke ukuthi konke lokho okukhulumekayo oqhamuka ke kuleli hlangothi ke lommangalelo akusilona iqiniso kahle ngoba ke mina ke bengenayo ke idokodo kimina okanye idoketi kimina njengoba inkantolo ibuzile ukuthi mhlambe uGinida wakunikeza idoketi eqala ukuthi cha azange bengenayo mina idoketi ya leli cala kanti ke yonke imininingwane ke ebonakalayo okanye ebhalwe phansi kakhulukazi kule proforma imininingwane eqhamuka kuye umsolwa nokuthi ke i-ID number yakhe ne-ID number yakhe ke iyona futhi wanginikeza yona i-ID number yakhe futhi ne-cell number ngoba ivelela emaphepheni nje lawa engiwabhalile i-cell number enginikezwe nguye lona umsolwa Nokuthi ke kukhona la kwa initial wakhona kulama phepha. Ku initial wakanjena ngoba phela sihleli sonke ngiloko ngisebenzisana naye ke umangalelwa. Iyona nto eyenza ukuthi ngisho ukuthi sahlala ukusuka ngaleso sikhathi esengishilo ukufika ngaleso sikhathi ke esesiqedile isikhathi esiningi esihleli lapha yana ngiloko ngithola ke ulwazi olwaqhamuka kuye umangalelwa nokuthi ke ushayiwe mina ke azange ngikubone lokuthi umangalelwa ushayiwe ngaleyo ndlela ke isidingo sokuthi ke ngenze istatement besingekho sokushawa kwakhe ke umangalelwa nganginomangalelwa ukusuka ekuqaleni siqala ukukhuluma mina naye ufike ekugcineni ke kwaleyo interview kanti ke istatement esiqhamuka kimi asikho esimayelana ke nokushawa kwakhe.
Yeah, finally, from the questions you were saying were given answers to, which is obviously denied by the accused. It appears that you, because the imputation is that you wrote that statement, you even know the drinking habits of the accused. For instance, he says he stopped drinking in March when there was COVID and that he doesn't even use drugs. You know that. Fertile mind of yours.
I got it from the accused himself. He's the one who was telling me all that, my lord.
Konke lokho ke kwaqhamuka kuye umangalelwa ukuthi wagcina ukuphuza ngoMarch 2020.
Okay, any questions arising? Any questions arising from the rest of the council?
No question, my lord.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you, my lord.
Are you retired in Natal now?
Up and down, my lord.
Or in a plaza?
No, I just village. Thank you, my lord.
Okay.
So, court, please, my lord, the
Yeah.
state calls the next witness. It's Sergeant N.T. Monaring, it's witness number 81 on the list.
N.T. Munari.
N.T. Monaring.
Okay.
The names of the witness, my lord, is Nakedi Tapelo Monareng. Nakedi Tapelo Monareng. Ngaba nenkinga yokuthi uthathe isifungo sokhuluma iqiniso. No objection in taking a prescribed oath, my lord. Uyafunga ke ukuthi ubufakazi ozokuthula kuyoba iqiniso lodwa iqiniso liphelele. Uma ngabe kunjalo ke ungaphakamisela sokudla isandla because insiza ekhuluma iqiniso. Witness sworn in, my lord.
Yeah, right. For record purposes, the interpreter swears you in on my instruction. Because I know I've read about a case where somebody made a point about the fact that the interpreter just went and swore in the witness without giving the instructions. Consequently, then the oath was not properly administered. I instruct normally the prosecutor to instruct you to take the oath like I've done. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
My lord.
So, what is your occupation?
Umsebenzi wakho?
Metro Police Officer.
I'm a Metro Police officer.
What is your rank?
Constable.
I-rank yami ke ile yokuba constable.
And to which metro are you attached?
Ekurhuleni Metro Police Department.
Tike ngise Ekurhuleni Metro Police Department.
How many years service do you have?
I was appointed actually for 2008, once January.
I got appointed on the 1st of January 2008.
And where are you currently attached?
Manje ke usebenza kweliphi igatsha?
VIP Protection Unit.
I'm working for the VIP Protection Unit.
At which level is that?
11.
At which level do you execute those duties?
At Ekurhuleni Metro, at the local government.
That is at the local government, Ekurhuleni Metro.
So who do you protect?
Uvikela urban
MMC of Finance in Ekurhuleni.
MMC of Finance at Ekurhuleni. Yes.
And in 2008, what duties did you perform?
Wenza mephi
At
umsebenzi
Ekurhuleni Metro?
khona lapho Ekurhuleni Metro.
Si appointed in 2008, ngaqala training yami, ngaqala ukusebenza ngoJuly eBoksburg precinct as a Metro Police officer, and then I moved to SWAT unit in 2009.
We were appointed in 2008, and I also attended my training in July. That is,
I started working.
then in July I started working at Boksburg, and then in 2009 we were put into the SWAT unit.
And what did that unit entail? What is SWAT?
The SWAT should tell you.
SWAT prevention and special weapons and tactics.
SWAT is the acronym that stands for Special Weapons
And tactics.
and Tactics.
Do you know the investigating officer in this case, Brigadier Gininda?
Yeah.
Yes, I know him. Ngiyamazi uBrigadier Gininda okuyena ke ophenga leli cala.
How do you know him?
Umazi kanjani?
Ngimazi ngokomsebenzi kunama escort ebesifanele ubasiza ngawo.
I know him through my work. There are some escorts that we used to assist them with.
Escorts of what? Of who?
Escorts one.
Of high profile cases, for example, Rodolfo Creature, where doing my escort for
The escorts of the high-profile cases, for example, that of Krecha, we were doing the protection services for them or escorts for them.
Now, on the 30th of May 2020, were you on duty?
On the, sorry,
30th of May 2020, were you on duty?
okay, 30th of May 2020, ubusemsebenzini.
here.
Yes, I was on duty.
Can you tell the court in your own words what happened on the day?
Ungatshela inkantolo-ke ngawakho amazwi ukuthi kwenzakalani-ke ngalolu suku. Ungaqhubeka.
I got contacted Brigadier Ukininda
I got contacted by Brigadier Gininda. Futhi-ke ngafonelwa okanye uBrigadier Gininda-ke wayixhumanisa nami.
Yes, what time did you contact him?
Wafonela okanye wayixhumanisa nawe ngubani isikhathi?
Angisakhumbula isikhathi kodwa ikho ilanga laselishonile.
I cannot remember the exact time. It was in the evening though, or that it was late in the day though.
Yes.
Atucela simsize simthathele umuntu simise ku Colonel Mboto deep proof. Yasenikeza iphone number athi ngifonele uKolonel mangifika ilo deep proof.
He said that I should or that we should assist him. We should take a person to Colonel Mboto in Deep Kloof. He further provided me with the contact details of Colonel Mboto, and he said to me that upon my arrival there in Deep Kloof, I should then contact him.
Yes.
Sahamba ke safike sa Deep Kloof police station samfonela uKolonel.
We proceeded to Deep Kloof police station, and upon arrival we phone called Colonel.
Just a minute. Now, after receiving this request from Brigadier Gininda, what happened? Where did you go to?
Emva kokuthi-ke uthole isicelo esiqhamuke kuye-ke uBrigadier Gininda, waya kuphi okanye naya kuphi?
Oh, sasuka saya kuye ngiyacabanga samthola eRetin provincial offices.
We took off and went to him. I should think it was at Eraton. Where the office?
Provincial office.
That is our
national offices.
I think it is their provincial or national offices, not our offices.
Yes, and where is this place, Eraton?
The Eraton lena ekuphi?
Eratin ngasho ngithi ngase Southgate, not far from the Southgate.
I would say that it is in the vicinity of Southgate, not too far from Southgate Mall.
Yes, what happened upon your arrival there?
Kwenzakalani-ke uma senifika lapho?
Masifika ubrigadier wayesesinikeza umuntu wathi ucela simhambisele yena kuKolonel Mboto, sifike sifonele uKolonel Mboto simtshela ukuthi sithunywe uye.
Upon our arrival, the brigadier then handed us a person and said to us that we should take that person to Colonel Mboto. And upon our arrival that we should phone call him. That is phone call Colonel Mboto.
Do you know who this person was?
Uyamazi ukuthi ubani lo muntu?
Ngaleso sikhathi masimlanda.
At the time when we were fetching him?
Yes, or at any stage?
Ngabe nanoma kunini? No.
Yes, what happened?
Kwase kwenzakalani?
Sase sisiya driver naye siya Deep Kloof police station.
We then
uKolonel Mboto.
drove together with him to Deep Kloof police station to meet with Colonel Mboto.
Now, if you say we, who do you include?
Uma othi sa, ukhuluma ngobani?
Nganginomunye engisebenza naye uConstable Kosimphile kuMaphumulo.
I was with my colleague or my crew, Constable Kosimphile Maphumulo. Constable Kosimphile Maphumulo.
Now, this person that you collected from Eraton, from Brigadier Gininda, can you explain how was he? Was he free? Was he handcuffed, or what was the positioning?
Lo muntu enimthathe khona laphana ku Brigadier Geninda isimo sakhe nje besinjani ube khululekile ube kahle nje ube njani nje uma nimbuka
No, what you mean was he handcuffed or was he not handcuffed?
He was
ube
handcuffed.
he was handcuffed ke ube fakwe ozankosi
Yes. You may proceed.
ungaqhubeka ke
Usho isimo sakhe.
Yes, well, what
Yes,
happened
so I-
after you collected this person?
Ube fasiwe ngozankosi and then samthatha samfaka emotweni sadriver naye sayide proof police station kuKennel Mbuto.
he was fastened with
Nje
the handcuffs.
sambingelela wavuma samthatha samfaka emotweni sathatha instruction from ulo brigadier uKininda to ukuthi se the proof kuKennel Mbuto.
He was handcuffed. We greeted him, and then he greeted us back, and then we went to Brigadier Geninda, got our instructions, and we took this man with us, loaded him into the vehicle, and then we proceeded to Diepkloof police station.
Yes.
Safike safonela uKennel Mbuto. Kennel Mbuto wathi singene si use office elingase CSC.
We then, upon our arrival there, phone called Colonel Mboto. He then said that we should get into the premises there. He indicated to us that he is in the office that is in the CSC.
Yes.
Safike ke sashiya ke office uKennel Mbuto wakhuluma nami wangitshela ukuthi hayi singahlala ngaphandle uzositshela masebaqedile noma mayiseqedile.
We got in and then left him in there with Colonel Mboto. He spoke with me and he said that we should just leave him here and we sit outside. He will then notify us after he is done.
Yes.
Sahlala isikhathi until uKennel azangifonele back ngoba angimfonele ukuthi hayi sesingabahamba ke singamthatha sibuyele kulo ubrigadier uKininda sekaqedile uzokhuluma nobrigadier.
Ubani ufonela omunye?
uKennel ungibizile ayibe ngimfonele mina masifika so ungifonele ukuthi sesingeza sithathe lo umuntu lebesenaye bese sesiyaye ubrigadier uKininda.
Geninda. After a long while,
Brigadier Kininda.
after a long while, Colonel Mboto then phone called me because initially upon our arrival there, I phone called him. And then he was then able to phone call me after he was finished with the suspect so that we could come and take the suspect back to Colonel Geninda or Brigadier Geninda.
Yes.
Sahamba masibuyela ubrigadier Kininda wathi cela sihambe no sergeant ube part of investigating team I think.
We went back to Brigadier Geninda. Upon our arrival there, Brigadier Geninda said that we should, stick with the same company, such as that of Sergeant.
Wathi cela si escort
Oh,
usergeant ngasipho isibongo sakhe be part investigation team there.
okay. Then he said, my apologies, Your Lordship. He said that we should provide our protection service to the sergeant who was a part of the investigation team. I'm just forgetting the name of that sergeant that we're supposed to provide our protection service to.
Yes.
Sasisiya driver I think saya somewhere Pretoria regularly for a detention.
Pretoria, Rivali,
Villarreal.
Villarreal. We then drove to Pretoria. I should think the place called Villarreal.
La wafika wayodetainwa khona.
That is where he was detained at.
Who was detained?
Ngubani loyo owadetainwa khona?
Umuntu lebesilokhu esihamba naye uya kubrigadier uya uKennel Mboto from brigadier uKininda.
The same person that we were with him, that was taken from Brigadier Gininda to Mboto and back to Brigadier Gininda. That is the person I'm referring to.
Now, from Era 10, where you collected this person, did you stop at any other place on your way to Diepkloof police station?
Ukusuka khona phana ke eRatten la nithathe khona lo muntu ngabe khona enye indawo enginafike nama kuyo kanye namisa kuyo lisendleleni eya eDiepkloof? No.
And was this person assaulted in any way?
Lo muntu washawa ngabe
Akukho mina ngakubona ukunjengalokho kwenzeka.
I did
Thina
not,
sisuke naye e-Eretin sayinaye ilo ye-Diepkloof and asimanga ndawo because of bekuthiwe uKenneth usilindile.
no, I did not witness anything of that nature. We took this person with us from Ereton and we proceeded to Diepkloof. We didn't stop anywhere along the way to Diepkloof because we understood that he was urgently needed according to the instructions.
Now, did you make any statement in this matter?
Ngabe istatement mayelana ke naleli cala uke wasenza?
Cha.
No.
Thank you, my lord. That is all.
Yes, cross-exam, Sepili.
Thank you, Madam. If I may take instruction. Thank you, Madam. Mr. Monaring, the person that you transported, do you know who he is?
Lo muntu ke babunare enye namtransporter nyamazi ukuthi ubani?
Manje.
You mean now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Now, on the 30th of May 2020, were you also involved in the arrest of that person
Ngate that May
in Tembisa?
2020. Wabamba iqhaza ekutheni kuboshwe lo muntu lo eThembisa?
Cha.
No.
My instructions are as follows: that you were part of the Metro Police officers that arrived in Tembisa on the 30th of May 2020, and you were involved in the arrest of accused number 1.
Usho njalo ke makatshela ummeli wakhe ummangalelwa wokuqala ukuthi nge 30 May 2020 kuyingxenye nje lethimba la maphoyisa abambe lona ke ummangalelwa wokuqala.
Cha. Mina
No.
ngafonela ubrigadier ntambama ethi ucela sithathe umuntu simukele imoto.
No, I was phone called by Brigadier in the afternoon or perhaps in the evening, and I was then informed, or we were informed, that we should take a person to Kenan.
Furthermore, that from Tembisa, you were also part of a large contingent of police vehicles and officers that descended to arrest him. You then took him to a yard where he stayed with his uncle.
Uma ke senifika lapho nisicuku nje samaphoyisa nihamba ngey'moto zamaphoyisa lapho ke nafika ke namthatha nimbopha namsake khona laphana ke egcekeni kumalume wakhe okanye kwamncane wakhe. No,
That upon arrival at the place where the uncle rented and he stayed with the uncle, the police found his uncle and a friend at the gate, and the police instructed his uncle to open the room in which they resided.
Uma senifika lapho ke khona la behlala khona ke umalume wakhe. Is this uncle a maternal or paternal?
It's a paternal.
Okay, ubamncane okanye ubamkhulu.
If I may take instructions, madam. Thank you, Madam Indebted. That at that place, you and the other officers, or you didn't even get inside, but other officers went into that room and searched.
Shuthi uma nifika khona lapho ke kabamncane kuleyo ndawo ke wena ke namanye amaphoyisa nangena egumbini nje lafike ke nasesha. No.
After searching, you then took the accused and drove him to Letabong in Tembisa at a building that looked like it's a municipality building.
Emva kwalokho ke namthatha umangalelo namsakhona ke khona laphana eThembisa eLithabong. Sakhiwo sakhona nje ngathi sakhiwo sakamasipala. No. No, I wasn't there.
And that at that place in Letabong, he was then assaulted and tortured through the plastic method, being placed on his face and suffocated.
Kanti ke uma ke senifika khona lapho eLithabong washawa ke wase ke uvalwa ke ngeplastic khona ebusweni ukwenzela ukuthi angakhoni nokuphefumula.
Angikwazi mina lokho.
Well, I know nothing about that.
That later on, when he was taken to Foslorias, you were also part of the contingent of the police officers that took him there at the building near the court building in Foslorias.
Kanti ke nahamba ke seniya khona laphana eFoslores. Kanti kukhona isakhiwo nje esiseduze nenkantolo yaseFoslores. Naqhubeka ke khona lapho ke umshaya. No.
So the essence of this line of course is that he recognizes you, but he didn't know your name, that you were present on all those occasions.
Esona sizathu ke esenza ukuthi ngikubuze ngalendlela uthi ke uyakhumbula uma ebona ubuso kodwa ke igama akalikhumbuli ukuthi ubukhona khona lapho uma lezi igameko zenzeka phekwakhe. No, I wasn't there.
As the court pleases, none of these are the questions.
Thank you. Mr. Mnisi, any cross?
Thank you, my lord. I have no questions. Thank you.
Thank you, my lord. I have no questions.
Any re-examination?
None, thank you, Mama.
Yeah, for my education. This SWAT unit your job is specifically to provide protection for so-called VIPs, and as you say, high-profile prisoners.
Ngabe kunjalo ke umsebenzi weSWAT le.
Is serious and violent crimes and escorts of the high-profile prisoners.
Usho njalo ke uthi ama qala ke aqheka kakhulu ke afaka udlame ngaphakathi kanti ke nayo ke ama case lawa esithi ama high profile okanye abantu abaziwayo kakhulu la eMzansi basebenza ke nokuvikela abantu abanjalo.
Do you arrest people, criminals, so-called criminals? Walk the streets and investigate cases and arrest people.
We don't investigate, but we do arrest.
Asi thina ke asiphenyi macala kodwa ke ukubopha siyabopha.
Were you ever told that you have been charged with assaulting accused number 1? Was the charge preferred against you? Up to today?
No, my lord. Uthi cha akakaze kube nokumangalela lokho ke okulethwa kumina ukuthi sengeke ngashaya umuntu namhlanje nje.
Thanks. Any cross-examination? Any questions arising?
No, my lord. Thanks.
Thank you, Madam. I have no questions. Thank you.
No, sir.
No questions.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
As a court case, my lord, may we adjourn at this stage to Monday for the continuation of the proceedings.
What's your name? Hello?
Yes, I
Yeah.
a while ago. I'm not available on Monday. I am involved in a trial before I commit to this week. So it's a current matter. Thank you. It will be running from Monday, Tuesday, I think, till on Wednesday.
Monday to Wednesday.
Yes.
Have you spoken to the JP or the Deputy Judge President?
Excuse me, my lord.
Have you spoken to the Deputy Judge President, Mr. Ledwaba, or the JP? Judge Mlambo, President?
No, I haven't.
Why not?
I wasn't aware that I need to go and make an arrangement for responding to them. Then I should go specifically told them that.
So
I'm
this
not
case,
available on Monday.
okay, you say, in other words, you never told him that you're not available.
Excuse me, my
In other words, you never told JP Mlambo or Deputy JP Ledwaba, you never told them that you are not available on Monday.
If my memory serves me well, my lord, I think on the 18th, prior to the commencement of this, when we came back, I think it was on the 18th, there was a meeting in your chambers where I specifically mentioned that I will not be available on the 18th.
Which case is it, sir? The one you are going to attend to?
Excuse me?
What case? Which case is it?
It's a criminal case.
Where is it taking place?
Here, Pretoria Regional Court.
Here in Pretoria.
Yes.
Who is the magistrate?
I just forget the surname. I think it's, I know it's Atang, but she's got the surname. I just forget the surname.
And when did the case start? In other words,
No, it started a long time ago. It's a packet.
yeah, fine. How long time ago? I just want to find out.
I think almost, I think it goes back to, I got involved in that case last year, I think March, if my memory serves me. I'm speaking under corrections.
What is the charge in that case?
The charge sheet,
Yeah,
the offense that the person
Yeah, the offense, yeah.
is charged, is
Yeah.
murder.
murder.
Yes. He's a policeman.
Tell me, Monday what's happening?
Well, we continue, my lord, with the trial within a trial. The colonel who took the 20-hour statement will be testifying, as well as the photographer.
Who took bail?
who took down the pointing out statement, or who conducted the pointings out, will be testifying. In fact, he was available today, but we've excused him until Monday. And on Tuesday, my lord, there's a magistrate, Ms. Cronje, who's supposed to testify, and she's made special arrangements for her court to be here on Tuesday. To be here on Tuesday.
Where is she stationed?
She's stationed at Boksburg, but she does the First Lawrence Court, one of the branch courts.
In that case, Mr. Minister, how many are you as defense counsel?
I'm the only one.
You're the only one?
Yes. We actually two, the other gentleman that I was with got appointed as an acting magistrate, so I tried to sort of.
Yeah, fine. This court will give you the latitude to go to attend your case, right?
That will be well appreciated.
Yeah, fine. But the evidence that is led by the state will continue. The criminal what's the section? I had it.
Section 159.
That's it. Section 159. It will continue in your absence, but it will be recorded, obviously.
Yes.
And then when you are through with that case,
Yes.
you'll be given the opportunity to listen to the evidence which was led and the cross-examination which was led in your absence, which will possibly be by Mr. Ramsipeli and Mr. Numalo and your colleague there.
Yes.
And then those witnesses will be called back.
If they need to arise.
Hello?
I'm saying if they need.
No. I'm going to call them back.
Okay.
And then you will be given the opportunity to cross-examine them. Okay?
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Right. Any other business to be transacted?
That's all for the day.
Hello?
That's all for the day, my lord.
Okay, the court adjourns until Monday, 10 o'clock.